Good evening. I'm calling back to order this meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education. Item 4.0, our call back to order and a pledge of allegiance, which will be tonight done by, actually, are we going to have your Rosemont? Yes. Okay. First, before we begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, we'll have tonight's broadcast statement, item 4.1, read by Student Board Member Halbo.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T U-verse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, May 5th at 6 p.m. and Monday, May 6th at 6 p.m. and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form located in the back of the community room and give them to our communications representative, along with any handouts you may have for the board, prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn off your cell phones or place them on silent or vibrate.
Thank you, Board Member Halbo. Item 4.2, tonight's certificate presentation to our Rosemont High School Students Together Reducing Exploitation and Trafficking team, as well as the Black Student Union. We're going to call you up, but first we're going to have Board Member Christina Pritchett do our Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Yes, before we call up our Rosemont students to hear about the great work they're doing, I'd like to ask everyone, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Board Member Pritchett.
Can I get my Rosemont students and staff to come up to the podium? Thank you. Street Team was originated in 2012 by 3 youth activists who wanted to raise awareness and prevent sexual exploitation of youth, and it stands for Students Together, Reducing Exploitation and Trafficking. The team amplifies, yes, you can give them a round of applause already. I heard that. The team amplifies the voices and holds space for those that have been marginalized and silenced. In the team's work, they have confirmed the Black female identified youth and disproportionately represented in being both victims of trafficking and victims of criminal justice of the criminal justice system. Because of this, intersectionally is a core value of the work that they do. Street Team has accomplished a lot of work that has been done over the past few years. Some of their accomplishments include teaching over 5,000 SUSD students about healthy relationships, creating awareness campaigns both in schools and on social media, creating middle and high school teams at interested sites, and most importantly, challenging systems and leaders and keeping them accountable. They are survivor and youth-led. They are family. The team is unique in a sense that they work within the systems to create and sustain authentic relationships with young people. As stated by one of their 19-year-old survivors, it doesn't matter where you place me, in a group home, a single-bed home, or a lockdown facility. As long as you are respectful and never give up on me, I will make it. Before I come down, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, please. Can I?
Yes, please.
Okay, I speak in here. Balancing grace is not easy when you handle it with care. But as Mr. Bell, my econ teacher, taught me, grit surpasses anything, so be a destructive force when it comes to amplifying the voices of other and do it with more grit than grace. I personally involve myself with the SCUSD happenings because I believe in order to not become a product of your environment, you have to be aware of said environment. Sometimes SCUSD treats students like our knowledge is confined within the walls of our overcrowded classrooms. They fail to acknowledge the integrity of students in the classes that they tolerate. Jorge Aguilar's failure to comply with the things mentioned in the contract is a permanent fracture our informative years. Free SATs and free AP tests does not excuse your incompetency on how students and teachers feel. On behalf of the 2 and 4 ratio of students who can't focus in overcrowded classrooms, the unruly amount of kids who will not have any healthy art coping mechanisms or spaces, and to the summer programs that kept my siblings and I safe and fed over the past summers, I want to ask you as a nominee of the Stellar Student Award, what really makes a student stellar? Is it only when students of color don't acknowledge the juvenile detention center across the street from my high school? Or are we supposed to build empty relationships with our substitutes that we have for 1 to 3 weeks? SCUSD, you can substitute our teachers, but you cannot substitute the youth for money. Being 18 and only at the pinnacle of my success, I can personally thank the only Black female teacher that I've had, Miss McDaniels, right here on my left, for reminding me that the emphasis on diverse education with diverse educators, and to repeat that, diverse education with diverse educators is just as important as making U.S. American history mandatory. Thank you to my after-school program teachers for balancing under-budgeted classrooms with predominantly Black and brown kids from neighborhoods that aren't safe to walk home in. And thank you for the campus monitors who make an effort to get to know every single one of the students when the principals say it's impossible. Being an exemplary student and scholar isn't synonymous to being cookie cutter, but it's beating conformative mindsets and acting on it. We can no longer shadow the stories of students who consistently struggle at home and at school. No longer can we make errors when the lives of marginalized students of color depend on it. As a generation of non-conventionalists, we're beginning to value the freedom that comes with our intersectionality. Being radical while communicating with unfair traditionalist systems impedes on the spirits of students, and we don't have a positive environment to rely on anymore. Magnifying passions such as my love for my newly developing media class birthed me into wanting to attend school because where I come from, the only camera I know is a surveillance one. And at school, at least I know I'll be in front of a camera and be recognized for doing something good instead of being targeted. It's 2019 and I'm sorry, but my intersectionality doesn't extend to tainted educations taught in inadequate spaces. Thank you, peers, parents, teachers, mentors, and staffs, because in even SCUSD, because you taught me that being a stellar student is for students of color. Thank you to everyone who came out tonight, and thank you to the board. Ashe.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming this. No? Okay.
Others asked, yes.
Okay. Let's take the picture. Oh, okay.
Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Madam President, one item approved by the board by unanimous decision, a special education settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 2018-08-1147. That concludes the announcements out of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Behrens. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Tonight, we will be adopting the agenda in recognition of resolution number 3081, the National Children's Mental Health Awareness Day, May 9th of 2019. All of us this evening are wearing green ribbons in support of Mental Health Awareness Day, and I want to thank the incredible staff that we have at every level of the district who continue to do everything in their power to ensure that our children's mental health needs are being met day in, day out. Item 7.0, special presentations. We will begin by showing a video of our college signing day, which just happened, and I think a beacon of light among some very difficult budget times is that we have lifted our 4-year college readiness rates across the district, which we think is a significant achievement, particularly for our Latinx students who have increased their 4-year college readiness rates by 7%. So we are seeing in a period of a year students reaching their post-secondary potential, and we're very proud to share their journey in our college signing day video.
Hopefully instill pride in the people who are about to sign their commitment letter.
I was the first one in my family to go to college, and it changed my life.
We're especially proud of you folks today who are ready to move on to this next step. In 3, 2, 1, sign those letters. Make some noise out there. It's a great day to be awarded.
Welcome to our first annual College Signing Day. Caroline Dixon.
County Sacramento, living on the campus.
It's Luther Burbank High School College and Career Signing Day.
Hardy, Ryan Hurd. I grew up in South Sacramento as the eldest of 16 children in my family, and I was the first in my family to go to college.
It's going to be hard work, but that hard work is going to be well paid off in 2023 when you cross the stage in college.
Grisby Hines, Moises Tejas, and Orwan Bang.
Congratulations to the class of 2019. You guys are absolutely awesome.
You will always represent Luther Burbank wherever you end up. You will always represent Sac City Unified, and you will always represent this beautiful community of Sacramento. Congratulations.
Wonderful. Thank you to everyone who made College Signing Day possible. I'm going to actually ask Victoria Flores to come to the front of the room on Resolution 3081, National Children's Mental Health Awareness Day. Victoria is our ground warrior leading this work across the district, and she has some plaques to share with our incredible staff this evening.
Thank you so much. I just really briefly wanted to honor some of our student support member staff who came out tonight in recognition of May is Mental Health Month and National Children's Mental Health Day. Not everyone was able to be with us tonight, but I'm so grateful to everyone who was able to come out. You know, mental health is so important, and we really invite our community to take a look at these cards, check out our website, and come to one of our courses that we offer in our community. It's so important that we connect with each other and that we notice the signs when our students are struggling. So give a big shout out to these staff who are out there doing it tirelessly.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Item 7.1, approve resolution number 3078, recognition of California Day of the Teacher. This evening, that will be presented by Concy McCarn, a former kindergarten teacher herself.
Thank you. And also joining me is Dr. Tiffany Smith-Simmons, who works in our Human Resources Department and is also a former elementary school teacher. Good evening, Board President Ryan, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar. We are honored to be here tonight to present this recognition. All of those wonderful videos that we saw with students very excited for their signing day would not have happened without our wonderful dedicated teachers and certificated educators that work in our classrooms. So Tiffany and I have worked in education for much of our lives. We've met with thousands of teachers in our roles as teachers, as mentor teachers, as support providers, as trainers, and as HR. And we have a deep and genuine appreciation for all that they do, the countless hours that are put in, the time spent talking with students and parents and colleagues that oftentimes leads to things that are just remarkable for our students, positive experience for our students. So we know that teachers become teachers and other certificated educators become that way to make a difference in the lives of children. They work hard every day, whether it goes noticed or not, and they are very much deserving of this honor and respect.
Teachers, we recognize in your classroom, you have the ability to exercise high degree of autonomy. You decide when to go slow to make sure that students fully understand a concept, or when to use a different instructional strategy to make sure that the few that might not be making it do catch up. You build relationships with a variety of students from a wide array of backgrounds, and you find ways to motivate and engage them. We appreciate the challenge and skill involved in the work you do and applaud those of you who have dedicated your lives to teaching. The teachers we have met are not afraid of hard work, and few jobs today are harder than teaching. The quality of our education system can only be as good as the quality of our teaching force. We are proud to say in Sacramento City Unified School District is the home of some of the best. We honor our teachers, nurses, school psychologists, and social workers, and reaffirm teaching as a profession of nation builders and social leaders dedicated to ensure all students graduate given an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. We honor you, we respect you, and we value you. Please join us at our next board meeting on May 16th, and we will come before you again to announce our Teachers of the Year for the 2019-2020 school year.
Again, we're honored to present the resolution in recognition of the California Day of the Teacher, May 8th, 2019, and would like to now take a moment to read the resolution and then ask any teachers, any of our certificated educators who are in the audience to come up and accept the recognition that we have here. Whereas May 8th, 2019 has been designated throughout the state of California as the Day of the Teacher, and whereas an educated public serves as a foundation of our democracy, and whereas teachers, as well as counselors, librarians, social workers, and other certificated personnel touch many people with lasting effect, and whereas excellence in our state and district begins with the California certificated staff, and whereas certificated staff overcome obstacles and challenges daily to make a difference in the lives of students and families, now and therefore be it resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District's Board of Education commends our teachers and other certificated personnel and encourages parents and the community to recognize the efforts of the certificated staff as we celebrate May 8, 2019 as the California Day of the Teacher. So, come on up. Let's stand up.
Are you ready? What's a big group, though? That's the only thing.
Get lost down there.
We better. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Before moving on to item 7.2, I'm going to take a motion on the agenda adoption.
So moved.
Do we have a second? All those in favor? And our student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 7.2, approving resolution number 3079, recognition of school principals today, which will be presented by Deputy Superintendent Lisa Allen.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. I am Lisa Allen, and I am honored to recognize our school principals and ask the board to approve Resolution 3079 in recognition of School Principals Day. The California Department of Education has officially recognized yesterday, May the 1st, as School Principals Day. The purpose of this day is to honor and recognize our principals for their hard work, dedication, passion, and commitment to our students, staff, and community. So we honor our principals and thank them for their hard work, dedication to our district. We absolutely cannot serve our students without them. So now I am honored to read the resolution, and it reads as follows. Whereas May 1st, 2019 has been designated as National School Principals Day, and whereas today school principals are team leaders, coach, counselor, collaborator, cheerleader, and more, all in one. And whereas being a site instructional leader and building a positive school culture and climate on campus may be the most critical roles of a principal's duty to all students. And whereas instructional leadership and of principals involves setting clear goals, managing curriculum, monitoring lesson plans, allocating resources equitably, and evaluating data regularly to drive grade level readiness. And whereas when good school leaders excel, their actions can change the lives of students, staff, and community members. And whereas principals overcome obstacles and challenges daily to make a difference in the lives of students and families. And whereas we are fortunate to have dedicated site leaders that go above and beyond each and every day for the district students. Now therefore be it resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education commends our principals and encourages parents and the community to recognize the efforts of principals as we celebrated May the 1st, 2019. So now I am going to ask our representative from UPE, Ms. Principal Tarek McFall. He is our absolute wonderful principal at Einstein Middle School to accept this resolution on behalf of the Board of Education.
Thank you, Tarek. Why don't you go down there, Ken? Are we going all down there?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your service. We're moving on to our final resolution of the evening, approving resolution number 3080, recognition of National School Nurse Day, which will be presented tonight by Victoria Flores.
Good evening,
Did
Board
we
President Ryan,
pass the
Superintendent
resolution?
Aguilar, and members of
Yeah.
the board.
Yeah, we'll do them all at the end.
We got it. We're good. Good evening.
No,
I'm-
Jerry,
I-
we will do them all.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. My name is Victoria Flores. I serve as the Director of Student Support and Health Services. And tonight we have several school nurses with us. Of course, they weren't all able to come out due to previous engagements, but I invited them to come up to be recognized and honored. The number of students with chronic and complex conditions significantly affects the ability to teach and meet the needs of the whole child for our teachers. And our school nurses are essential team members who help bridge this divide. In our country, education is free, and that's amazing, but healthcare is not. And our school nurses are often the only healthcare providers that our students see on a regular basis. So that's why they're so important, and we feel so proud to honor them tonight. So they provide that really essential safety net to our family. So tonight we honor them in resolution number 3080, and I'll go ahead and read it quickly. Whereas May 8th, 2019 has been designated as National School Nurse Day, and whereas credentialed school nurses with specialized medical backgrounds and academic preparation provide health education for students, parents, and staff, and promote and protect the health and well-being of all children, from infants to students with special needs. And whereas the school nurses play an essential role in ensuring children are ready to learn and are thriving, and whereas through case management of chronic illnesses, school nurses play a pivotal role in the health of our students and contribute to the improved health and education outcomes, and whereas school nurses understand the link between health and learning and are in a position to make a positive difference for our students every day, whereas school nurses act as a liaison to the school community, parents, and healthcare providers on behalf of children's health, and whereas Sacramento students, families, and staff benefit greatly from the skill and training of its nurse corps. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education commends our nurses and encourages all students and staffs to honor and recognize the valuable contributions of its school nurses as we celebrate May 8th, 2019 as National School Nurse Day.
I think we're gonna get a photo. Yeah.
Put your hands on it too.
Good. Oh. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Since this is an action item, we're going to go ahead and take a motion to adopt resolutions number 3078, 3079, and 3080. Do I have a motion? And a second? Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Moving on to item 8.0, public comment. Mr. Barrios?
Yes, Madam President. We have 35 public comments in total, and 2 of those are on the April 11th strike, 5 are on budget, 8 are general comments, and 20 are related to music programs. Please fill out a comment card available at the entrance if you wish to provide a comment to the board. Members of the public may address the board on non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. We ask that your comments be limited to 2 minutes with no more than 15 minutes per single topic so that as many people as possible may be heard. It is within the board president's discretion to reduce the amount of allotted time for each public comment in an effort to provide the opportunity for all individuals to be heard within the allotted 30-minute time frame we have for public comments. The board values public comments received, but the law requires that board members not engage in back and forth conversations on items that are not listed on the agenda. The board may, at its discretion, refer a matter to district staff or calendar the issue for future discussion. And if I may.
Thank you, Mr. Barrios. Before you begin reading names, I just want to share with our public commenters, we will allow 2 full minutes for each public comment, but I do want to let you know that will take us significantly over the 30 minutes allotted for this section. It'll take us to about an hour and 15, maybe longer. So that being said, please respect the 2-minute allocation. And for those of you who have a single topic you're speaking on, I would encourage you to combine your time. You'll still have a very good opportunity to share your message. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and have Mr. Barrios begin reading names.
I'll call these out in 5s. So when you hear your name, if the first 5 can line up, speak, and then we'll call the next 5. First public commenter is David Fisher, followed by Maria Rodriguez, Emily Bakken, Peter Castles, and Jaylene Fears.
Mr. Fisher, you're first. Oh, I don't know where it is. Yeah, maybe it's being fixed. Go ahead, Mr. Fisher.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. We're here tonight still in our challenge to get the district to honor a contract that we settled more than 16 years ago. Unfortunately, the district continues to distort the truth around the health benefit plans. People are still emailing the public and our members that one group won't agree to deal with their health plan, and you know that we've already done that. But the truth is that the contract that was signed allows for those savings to go to the students. I have a visual representation here that I was hoping we'd have a document camera for, but it's basically a way to try to convey what we've been saying in public and in writing for quite a while, that we really don't need to go into any sort of state takeover. 2 paths. 1, work with us. The district agrees to implement the Sac City 2016-19 collective bargaining agreement, including using the savings from the health plan for the students. Then CTA and Sac City work together to fix the budget. We have 3 main areas, including we could chop from the top, which would cut administration back to 2015 levels. Retiree health savings that we've talked about, the over budgeting about retiree health savings. Reduce outside contracting. We have about $76 million in outside contracting. We could shave a few million off that. D, other solutions, which include what we've been saying all the time, that after doing all those things, the district still cannot avoid insolvency. At that point, we would consider reopening our contract and using some of those savings to make sure the district doesn't fall into insolvency. Then the budget's fixed. Then we work together to pass this Sac City parcel tax, statewide schools and community first ballot initiative, implement intervention programs, and improve special education. That's the path. The other way, can't get the health plan savings if we don't follow the contract that was signed so that we can get to the give it to the students.
Thank you,
I don't know of
Mr.
any other
Fisher.
way to, there's a budget fix, and then that could lead, unfortunately, to a state takeover. So we hope that you would join us to...
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Let me just finish my last sentence. Join us if we can make it together, and May 22nd, and hopefully we'll have our dispute resolved, and we'll all be at this Capitol trying to improve public education for everybody. Thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the school board. My name is Maria Rodriguez, and I'm a 15-year parent, volunteer, and advocate, though I've retired from that position. I am here to thank you all for your service in light of what's the culture of negativity. Trustee Pritchett, you were a parent when I was a parent. When you got onto the school board, I thought, wow, there's hope, right? Like, real parents can really make a difference. Trustee Wu, you're my trustee. I often disagreed with you, but you are still here, and that's awesome. President Ryan, I don't have the words to tell you how much I admire the way you work and the passion and the truth that I see that you have care for the kids. Superintendent Aguilar, I have been here through different superintendents. I have been at this podium. It's been really hard on me. I've become cynical, but I do think that you care about the equity of students. I could give you lots of examples. I see them. I really do see them. My husband and I were both the first in our families to go to college. My husband grew up in Fresno. He was a migrant farm worker. He picked cherries, peaches, oranges, all over the place. He went to UC Davis. He's a civil engineer. I grew up in Madera, and my dad had to work in San Francisco all week to be able to keep us going. I went to school with a girl named Laurel Oberti, whose parents owned the Oberti Olive Company. I never felt that there was a difference in the education she got versus the education I got. I don't think that's the same today. Public education is a social justice issue. We have to work together. We are not the enemy in this room. We are in this together. I have more to say, but my time's up. And just in case you didn't get my subliminal message, please save music programs. JFK Band is the best.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emily Bikini, and I've had 2 children come up through the SCUSD school district, and today I want to talk to you a little bit about my son's experience and my experience with the music program in this district. I honestly believe if it wasn't for the high school music program that he had at John F. Kennedy, he would not be getting ready to graduate in June. My son is a smart kid, though I expect all parents say that about their kids. He went to Pony Express, and in the 5th grade had the opportunity of joining the band. They came in and played 2 mornings a week before school started. When he told me he wanted to play the drums, I was pretty surprised because I didn't think he had much rhythm. But regardless, we support our kids' interests. He went on to Sam Brannan and participated in the music program under the direction of Jeremy Hammond. At Sam Brannan, he had the opportunity to participate in the drumline program, which was after school. And it was during that time that I first understood the commitment that he had to the program. One afternoon, he had a dentist appointment, and so earlier in the week, I told him, hey, Tuesday, you've got this appointment. And he looked at me with all seriousness in his eyes and said, Mom, there are only 87 days left until our first competition. I can't miss rehearsal. And he ended up giving up his first day of Thanksgiving break in order to go to the dentist instead of missing that. He continued on to John F. Kennedy High School, and he struggled to fit in academically and socially. But the one consistent item he had in his high school experience was the marching band program, and it got him to school every single day. We planned vacations around his marching band schedule, and we planned a major surgery that he had to have so that he wouldn't miss any days. During that time, I've had the opportunity to serve as the president of the Parent Booster Club program. During that time, were invited by Congresswoman Doris Matsui to represent the state and march in the Memorial Day parade. We were able to take almost 100 kids to Washington, D.C. through fundraising efforts. Please keep music in our schools.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jalen Fears. I am a senior at Rosemont High School, and I think something that applies to everyone is the use of music, whether in our commute, in class, at work, or at home when we want to make cleaning more fun. I appreciate music every day, but, and this may surprise you, I actually don't play any instruments. However, one of my younger sisters do. Jasmine learned in middle school how to play the trumpet and is now teaching herself how to play the flute and piano, and I have seen her grow because of it. Playing has helped her make friends and come out of her shell, and I have as well. As a part of the Rosemont Music Program, I participate in the school color guard, and the program has helped me become a better leader and a better person in general. So when people talk about getting rid of music programs, it's not just the music. It's potential friendships, passions, career opportunities, and leadership skills. There's always side effects to any action you do, so I suggest we think wisely about what we do. Because you're not taking away the opportunity for music, you're taking away the opportunity for family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Peter Castles, and I'm a parent of one of the students who's part of the Rosemont High School music program. And I speak for all these kids who have turned out here tonight. I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the benefits of the music program that go beyond just playing music. These kids are like a second family. My son has autism, and he has difficulty socially at school, and this group of kids have taken him in as if they were his brothers and sisters. They provide an essential social support system for him. And for all of these kids, this fosters creativity. It stimulates growing intellects. And it's appropriate that we are talking about children's mental health today, because it also, music has been shown to promote mental health among young kids and adults through their entire lives. Music is probably the most important thing in my son's life. Academics are always important, but this is not just some elective, optional, fun little thing that these kids do. It may be the most passionate thing that they feel about in school. So taking away middle school programs that feed into these high school programs can really hurt in the long run. Music's the heart and soul of our school arts programs. Cutting out that heart will surely prove fatal to the arts in Sac City and will have resounding negative effects for future generations. So please protect music in our schools. Thank you very much.
The next 5 public commenters, if you could please come up when you hear your name called. Leticia Ricardo, Kyle Finley, Carrie Finley, Nate Love, and Kristen Whitefleet. Please come on up.
And you can pull down the microphone if you need to. Oh, no, come. You can pull down the microphone.
Okay. Hi, my name is Leticia Ricardo. My family is Hispanic people. So my experience with my son, and when he get in this program, it's wonderful with my family, because my son is different, you know. So when my son don't get in other program, and when he go to the getting the music and music program, he changed too much, and I'm so excited when I see the concerts. And I'm happy with that. So now my family is very sad, and my son is don't good right now. So my family right now is frustrated because this program is change the families. It's very, very change the families. So I can speak to good English, but my experience with my family is changed. It's changed, and it's very, very, very helping for families. So please don't keep the programs. the kids is chance. It's chance because it's transformed to the other kids. You know, my experience is very, very, I don't know, excited and happy. It's coming to different things for the kids. So please keep the music.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you for hearing me today. I'm Kyle Finley. I'm a trumpet player at Sutter Middle School. And every single day, I look forward to music. Every single day, I'm always checking my watch in PE, waiting like, come on, is it music time? Is it music time yet? And the honor band opportunity was offered to me through middle school music, and that gave me even more motivation to practice and helped turn me into the player I am right now. It helped me just become the player that I've wanted to be. It's given me, the middle school band program has given me many opportunities to just show my talent, to perform, and to just have the time of my life. And just, please do not cut music. I chose Sutter Middle School over a private school because of the band program. And I chose John F. Kennedy High School over Christian Brothers because they had a marching band. They had the marching band that I was really looking forward to. And with middle school music gone, within 2-3 years, that marching band will probably not exist because they get their students from the middle schools. So just please keep music in the district.
Thank you.
Hi there. So that was my son, Kyle, and I thought we had coordinated a little better how we're going to tackle this, so I won't need to say half the things I say. I just have a suggestion. I'm a counselor for the California Girls State Program, and we're working with these high school students and potential future leaders. During speeches, we ask them to use spirit fingers. So the board can see your support of this without cutting off the time of our speakers. See what you think of that. So like Kyle said, music has given him a purpose. It has given him a sense of belonging in a school where he knew nobody. He came from a small school and had not known a single person at Sutter Middle School before he stepped foot on that campus. And it gave him a reason to feel like he could have a sense of confidence and he had something to do. And like he said, he looks forward to it every day. We know that from plenty of studies that are out there, that music improves the mood. It helps people to focus. It helps people to get deeper into their brain concentration levels and be able to work out more complicated issues. Obviously, it teaches discipline, as you can see. I mean, it's not easy to be part of a marching band and have to learn all those routines, let alone just the music. So Kyle's favorite teacher is his band director, Patricia Wassam. He adores her. He's very grateful for all the work that she puts in, not only for our school, but for the district-wide as well, and helping with the all-city honor band as well. So please don't drive away our young musicians to the neighboring districts. I'm already seeing some of our students choosing San Juan schools and other schools around because they know music is being threatened here. So please don't drive away these young, high aspiring students. Music has given my son a purpose. Like I said, he is already investigating music programs at the college level, looking at the Blair School of Music at Vanderbilt, and so on. So thank you for the opportunity you've given him at this point, and I hope you continue to support this program.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I would like to thank the board for allowing me to speak today. My name is Nathaniel Love. I am a senior at Rosemont High School. I have been part of the Rosemont music program for 4 years now, and I am proud to be the first trombone and several of our ensembles. But in my 4 years, music has not only become my hobby, it's become an integral part of my life. I've dedicated my time not only during and after school, but outside of school hours to rehearse, perform, and help the music program in any way possible. It is for this reason that I stand before you today. I care deeply about this program, and I've come to do everything that I can to help you understand not only how important this program is, has been, and will be to hundreds, if not thousands of kids, but also tell you why we need the funding that you have proposed cutting and or eliminating. I've been playing the trombone for 6 years, starting at the 7th grade level. If I did not begin in middle school, instead starting in high school, I would not be nearly as skilled as I am today, and I still haven't even yet reached my potential. In addition, the experiences I've had in playing music have taught me all the skills that are expected from a high school graduate. I've learned how to utilize critical thinking skills from, to solve real-world problems after having to deal with the problems that I've faced in my ensembles. I have learned empathy from the camaraderie that is built into the Rosemont Music Program's very core. And all this is started at the middle school level. Cutting middle school funding will prevent RHS and other SCUSD high schools from having students such as my peers and I, who have 4, 5, 6 or more years of experience, and it would restrict our programs greatly. If middle school music funding is eliminated, programs would no longer have, well, they'd have 2 years left before everything changes for the worse. Our director, Mr. Neff, would no longer be able to have the experienced musicians he has now, and the level of music would worsen where we play. It would be nowhere near what we currently perform. The wind ensemble, our high-level group, would become what our concert band is, and I'm not even sure how everything else would fare. Our after-school music programs would probably cease to exist. This program is my family, and I want it to be around not only so that individuals may have the ability to join this family, but also because it is family connected not by blood, but by music, the only language that everyone can understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I just want to say that as the daughter of a retired band director, middle school band director, and a mother who was a flautist, I learned from an early age to play an instrument. It was one of the hardest things I ever did in my life, and I've never looked back and said that the hours that I spent trying to master the flute, which I never did, was wasted because it taught me so many valuable things. I see in my 2 daughters, one a trumpet player and one a trombone player, how much that they benefit from their music experience. And my daughter, who will be going into high school at Kennedy next year, cannot wait to that first night when she steps on the field to perform her field show for her family, friends, and community. Sorry, it's such an emotional topic for me. When I first heard about the potential cuts, it was just a rumor, and I heard about it probably a few weeks ago. And at first I was really angry, and then I was really organized in what I wanted to do. I can say to you now that I understand and I appreciate the budget crisis that the district is in. As a parent, this is something that I think about. So I do understand that you need to make hard cuts. This might seem like a hard cut, and it might seem like you're saving money in the short term, but in the long term, it's going to be devastating for music and arts in this district. And as a parent, I look at that and I think, what are my other options? My options are to leave the district. If music is gone, my family will have to leave because the dream my kids have will not be realized if music education is cut in this district. It's that important to my family. It's that important to my children to see their dreams realized. And if they can't realize it here, they're going to have to realize it somewhere else. I don't want to leave. I love the teachers in this district. I have the utmost respect for the job that they do and the job that you do. I would never want your job. I understand that it is that hard. But at the end of the day, it is not about us. It's not about our grievances. It's about what's best for these kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with the next five speakers, please come on up in order. Janessa Stewart, followed by Joan Orr, Sandro Wyatt Lau, Drew Watanabe, and Scott Mandrella.
Good evening, board. My name is Janessa Stewart. I am a product of Sac City Unified School District. I first learned how to play the trumpet under the direction of Mrs. Wilmer at Albert Einstein Middle School. Music is very near and dear to my heart. My father is a musician. He plays guitar. My mother was in choir in high school. I grew up rocking out to Michael Jackson, Madonna, putting on performances for my family. I knew I always wanted to do something with music, so having the opportunity to learn under Mrs. Wilmer was so wonderful. I grew up in a mobile home park. There's no way my family could have afforded to have private instruction for me. So getting to have the experiences I did at Einstein was amazing. I then went on to McClatchy, go Lions, and learned about marching band military style under David Yamamoto. We were tough. I was a third chair trumpet when I was in my final years, and one of only 3 girls in the trumpet line with 15 boys. At the time, we had over 100 students in the marching band. We were proud Lions, marching in the Santa Parade, performing in the Great Bowl, and at the field shows all over the state, and at our football team, at the football games at Hughes Stadium as well. Now I have a son who's going to Einstein this fall. And if the music program isn't there, I will be devastated. He has learned how to play trumpet, thanks to Mr. Neff, who's here tonight. Thanks to our program and our efforts with the PTO at Golden Empire, we've been able to fund a program for our school. But I worry about other students and my son. Will he have the same opportunities that I had growing up in our district? Will our fine program be destroyed? Or will it reign? Will it grow? Will these opportunities be around for all children? Please save the music. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joan Orr, and I have been with Sac City School District for 13 years. My oldest has graduated and moved on. I've got one in high school and one in Einstein now in music. My daughter, when she came to Einstein, she was a shy child, and she got involved in the music, and it became her family, and she opened up, and she blossomed, and she had friends. She would go to school a half hour early every day because she wanted to hang out in the band room with her band friends. And when she continued on to high school, those were her family, and this was her community, and these were her people. And I think that the music program is there for a lot of kids in that way, where this is where they find their identity, and this is, where they find their people. And so I respectfully ask that music not suffer any cuts. And I understand it's a very hard decision coming up that you will have to make, but I ask that it not come out of music. The second part is the cooperation. These kids are learning this teamwork and cooperation. They play their own instrument, but when they come together and when they're all playing together, that's when this beautiful music comes out of them. And they're learning to work together, which takes them on to their job. And the colleges, that's my other thing, was the colleges are looking for another thing that the student knows besides just what's in the books and what's in the classroom. And when they see music on there, they know that this child can do so much more. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, board members. My name is Drew Watanabe, and I'm a 7th grader at Sutter Middle School. I play the trumpet in Miss Wassom's band program, and I was part of the All-City Honor Band. I strongly believe that we should keep music in this district because we learn discipline, commitment, and teamwork, and boost our self-confidence. Music helps improve grades and relieve stress. I support music programs in school and encourage you to pass the budget that can keep music programs in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Scott Mandeville. I'm a local businessman. I own Tim's Music. I'm here to talk about a little different perspective about the body of scientific evidence that is now very, very well established about the structure of learning. Learning is where myelination is most profound is in rhythmic structure and pitch variant. And if you look at what all learning and the most creative learning aspects come up in that, if you look at the structure of how people learn in that rhythmic structure and pitch variant, and then you add muscle memory to that, is where you have the greatest myelination. music education is truly where that form of education, that form of learning takes place. So I want to look at the Title IV of the ESSA, which suggests or actually declares that music education is part of a well-rounded education. That is part of the federal legislation about education, and I think that it's appropriate to look at that as a cornerstone of what true vision is for educating our children, for creating wellness in society. Creative thought is where our next world's problems are really going to be solved. So in teaching creative thought, if we get creative in math, that stuff gets a little crazy, creative in history. But if you get creative thought and it's taught in music education, that's where I think you're gaining the most traction for the balance of societal wellness from here forward, and preparing these children, and they're the next ones that are going to live and solve the next world's problems. I, of course, just lost my notes. It is the driver of all academic performance index, is that style of learning. So thank you, and I appreciate the extraordinary work that you all do.
Thank you very much. So we get to end on a musical high note.
So hi, my name is Sandro Ledoux, and I represent the Sacramento Youth Symphony in advocating please don't cut any of the music, nor the music library, or their instrument funding, or their personnel. But I'm also the lead teacher of the Overture String Program, which is under the Sacramento Youth Symphony that teaches in the Sacramento Unified School District at Father Keith Buchanan and Pacific Elementary. And I've been doing it 7 years. And it's not just about music. It's a safe haven to express your music, your emotions. Sometimes I've been almost like a father to some kids. They don't have parents, or they might be missing a father. They love playing with each other. They love learning music. They love coming to class, performing concerts. The repercussions 3 to 7 years from now is the performing arts high schools will the skill level will start to go down, because they usually don't start at beginning levels. And then 3 to 7 years, the universities will suffer, because the students going domestic will not end up going to the universities. And our students just played with the Sacramento Philharmonic on Friday for the Link Up program, which is a free program where they get to play with the orchestra of that city, and they get to play music with them. And there was a lot of kids there that were playing recorder also, and clapping and singing in the audience, but our kids were behind the Sacramento Philharmonic playing an instrument. So I'd like to, and I'm also a product of a public school system, got a full ride for my undergrad in Las Vegas, and came here for my master's. So I'll just finish with a little bit of music.
So I would like to just not have a board meeting and listen to a concert from you for the rest of the evening. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. Do we have additional public comments?
We have 9 more public comments on this item, and then we'll move on to the remainder of the public comments. So if you could come on up to speak on this item when you hear your name heard. Patrick Neff, Lisa Moline, Adora Hightower, Andrea Hightower, Pam Farley, Paul Everts, Stacy Gonzalez, Israel Alanis, and Nikki Malevsky.
Distinguished board members and Superintendent Aguilar, my name is Patrick Neff and I teach music at Rosemont High School. I'm here to discuss music education in our district, as I have great concerns about the cuts to music that could be put on the table in the coming weeks. Above all else, cutting or reducing music offerings in middle school will be the beginning of the end for music in Sac City Unified. To be clear, cutting middle school programs is a conscious choice to cut high school programs. Without middle school feeders leading students into high school, a very low ceiling will be placed upon the musical potential of our district. You'll be wiping away musical opportunities from thousands of students who do not have any musical options outside of school. Our least affluent students would be the most affected. I am proud of our ensembles at Rosemont High School. Both our wind ensemble and orchestra recently received superior ratings at festival performances. It is something I hope our district is proud of as well. Of course, while accolades should not be the only barometer of the quality of an ensemble, they do reflect high musical achievement and rigorous literature. My curriculum would be very different without students who did not have playing experience in middle school. Each year, all of our middle school teachers accomplish the annual miracle of starting students on a new instrument. They instill a foundation in our students that our high school directors have the responsibility of growing, and in the case of this evening, protecting. Know that in Sac City, we are already behind, with no FTE allotted to elementary music programs. There should always be a place for beginners to start their musical journey, regardless of grade level. We are lucky to offer multiple sections of music to new students at Rosemont, but we also must value pushing music students to their highest potential. As the leader of a high school music program, the stars that we shoot for would not even be visible without students who begin playing as middle schoolers. Cutting middle school music would be the nuclear option that makes the other dangerous cuts moot. With that said, please know that too many of our instruments are too old to take away a repair budget. Our honor music event being on the list is also very disheartening, as we should be showcasing our best and brightest students, not taking away a 76-year tradition that is one of the best things about SEUSD. A huge part of musical development is training one's ear, as great musicians know how to listen. I hope great leaders do as well. Please protect music in our district. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Malin. I'm president of the Rosemont High School Music Boosters. What most people don't realize is that music, band, orchestra, choir is a team sport. If someone is absent or sick, the group is impacted. This is no different than football, basketball, or any other team sport. The reason our musical teams at Rosemont are strong is because many of our now graduating seniors had the benefit of Miss Zimney's tutelage at the elementary school. She brought them along to the middle school and continued to train them, and then handed them off to Mr. Neff at the high school. How winning of a sports team would any high school have without experience on the bench from both community and middle school sports programs? How different is that for music? Have you ever been to a Rosemont High School music concert? Yes. It's standing room only. If you shut down the music at middle school, that whole effort is going to be crippled. So I don't know if it's unique to Rosemont or not, but we have a very strong musical community, music program within the high school and within the Rosemont community itself. And as you may have noticed, we have a very active music booster program. Let me tell you about the music community. My son is a very unique individual. He is creative and brilliant, but as a mother, I've always been concerned about him integrating and socializing. When he was introduced to music and the other children in the music program, his eyes lit up. At this, he found his people and he found his passion. At this point in his life, I can tell you that music is what gets him going in the morning, keeps him eager to learn, and interested in attending university. Without opportunity to start music at an early age, even at the middle school level, I'm afraid that he may have become a statistic, one that does not reflect favorably on the Sacramento City Unified School District. I strongly urge you to keep music in the middle schools. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Adora Hightower. I'm a sophomore at Rosemont High School, but more importantly, I am an active member of the Rosemont High School music program. And I just want to talk about music because that's what I love. So I play the cello and I play the piano, and I'm on my school's color guard team, and I'm a dancer, more classically trained. And I'm gonna just say it's transformed my life. Back in January of this year, I attempted suicide. Saying that out loud makes me want to throw up right now. And I can't really talk about my issues because it hurts and it seems pointless. However, music and dance has helped me heal and learn to love myself and love more of what happens around me. And it's become my passion in life. Hearing that you plan to cut middle school music programs truly irritated and aggravated me. If middle school programs are cut, then high schools won't be getting musicians. High school is where we decide who we want to be for the rest of our lives. And middle school influences our interest in that decision. If there is no music influence, then the high school music programs will start to fall apart. It's simple. Furthermore, Me and other students here don't have the money for college. Our parents are in debt, so there is no money to go towards college. We have to rely on scholarships. I can only get scholarships based on my musicianship skills and dance work. And if you take away music, you're taking away my chance of going to college and making something of myself. Can't you see how many students are here today begging for you to change your mind? I spend over 2,000 hours each school year on music and dance, and it's a healthy and consistent outlet for my expression. If you're taking this away, you're taking away tons of possibilities that me and other students here could have to make something of ourselves, to be something more than just a kid that I went to high school with. This is something that's really important to me, and it's saved my life. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this mom?
I am the mom, and I should have talked before her.
Aw.
My name is Andrea Hightower. I'm an analyst with the state of California. I'm also an alumnus of the Sacramento City Unified School District and the mother of 4 children who are either currently in school or have already gone through school in the Sacramento City Unified School District. I'm here to speak to you about the catastrophic budget cuts that are being proposed for the music departments of our schools. I can only assume you've considered many options to fix the budget issues since April of 2008, when the County Office of Education downgraded Sacramento City Unified School District certification from positive to qualified. However, 11 years later, here we are, in the final moments, trying to pull a Hail Mary on the backs of our children. Musical activities stimulate development in every area of the brain. Science has demonstrated that the neural pathways in the brain used in making music are the same neural pathways used for mathematics, spatial skills, reasoning, and logic. When you remove music from schools, which is what you are proposing with these cuts, you remove the gateway many children need for achieving optimum learning. But let's walk away from the science and the facts for just a moment. My children have been enrolled in Sac City schools for more than 20 years. During this time, my children have experienced many of the negative effects of public school. 2 of my children were bullied mercilessly through elementary school, yet we were told countless times, children are just children. One of my daughters was brutally attacked in middle school, thrown against a brick wall, and received a concussion. One of her abusers was suspended for a week, the other received no punishment. Another of my children was sexually harassed by her PE teacher, forced to pull down her pants in front of other students. The teacher was allowed to retain her position. My daughter completed her physical education through work at home. Another one of my children was forced to watch a satanic video in her anatomy class. When we explained this to the administrator, we were told, he has tenure. There's nothing we can do about it. We'll just have to remind him to stick to his subject matter. With all this, why would my children choose to return to school? I can give you 4 reasons. Miss Atkinson at Isidore Cohen, who taught our children basic music reading skills using recorders and a beautiful set of chimes. Ms. Zimney at Einstein Middle School, who continued nurturing a passion for music through careful instruction and seasonal concerts. Miss Robin Wilmer at Rosemont High School, who enthusiastically built on the growing skills in the students she received from the middle schools. Miss Wilmer not only taught the music, she taught them community, teamwork, and the success that comes with dedication and hard work. And Mr. Patrick Neff, who has taken the Rosemont music program Miss Wilmer handed off to him and continued the journey with a fresh passion. His leadership and genuine care for the children he is responsible for has pushed many children to excel in every aspect of their lives.
Thank you.
It is with all this in mind that I sincerely ask you to reconsider your proposal to balance the district budget by destroying the future of our children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But before we continue on, I want to appreciate that very heartfelt and emotional public comment. I do have to ask if you can please keep to the 2 minutes. We need to make sure that everyone is allowed to speak.
Thank you. My name is Pam Farley. My husband and I are both Sac City graduates. In fact, he went to Nicholas, which is maybe a 5-minute walk from here, and he played trombone in the 5th and 6th grade. When we got married and started a family, we chose not to move out of district like many of our friends did with their children. And through the luck of the draw, our son got Miss Zimmy for band at Einstein, and he picked up an instrument. That's an opportunity we could have never afforded to give him. He loves being in band. He chose Rosemont High instead of going out of district or going to West because of the band program and because of Mr. Neff. He may even go on to play in college because he happened to get band in middle school. Music makes a difference for our kids. I mean, we've heard that this whole time. It reaches across race and economic divides. It provides value to our kids beyond just being an elective. I know the district has budget problems, I get it. But in a functioning family, even in a dysfunctional family, if there's not enough food, if there's not enough money for clothes, the kids don't go without, the adults go without. I get that there's huge concerns for the future of the district, but you cannot claim to be preparing these kids for college when you're taking the tools for them to get to college out of their hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'll be brief. Ms. Zimney and Mr. Neff literally changed my son's life. I've been very honored. Thank you, Ms. Zimney. She made my son get up in front of class and play an instrument. He was terrified, and he has turned into the most loving, well-developed child in the world with playing 5 instruments now, and he is going to make that his career. And if it wasn't for Mr. Neff, thank you, Mr. Neff, and Ms. Zimney, he would not have the spark and the fire. Please do not take the music program away. We really need it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paul Everts. I'm actually a high school band director in the Roseville Joint Union High School District. So I come as a neighbor. I've taught since 1989, so I'm a survivor, and finishing my 29th year teaching high school. So I just want to bring up a couple things to you. When we decide to cut the middle school program, that's like cutting streams to a lake, and eventually the lake will dry out because there's no lake. There's no streams feeding the lake. I also want to point out, too, that on a high school day, the only time the students will interact with one another every day is in the music class, correct? In math, they don't care what Johnny's getting next to them. In English, they don't care what Vicky's getting next to them. All they care about is themselves. So the only time they're going to be taught to care about something else is the clarinet player doesn't know her part. The trumpet player doesn't know his part. And then they impact everybody, which is like what you do at work every day, correct? When you don't do your job, you impact another person's life. And that's what happens every day in a band room. The other thing I want to bring up to you, too, is the reason why I'm here tonight is one of my former high school students is one of your band directors. I won't say who it is because I don't want to get him in trouble. But to see that band grow exponentially under his direction is very humbling for this old man to watch him. So I'm going to encourage you to really do everything you can to make it this the last thing you cut. I understand the pie is the pie. I've taught since 1989. I feel like I've been up here before in other school districts to say, save music. You all know that's important. And I really don't want to be in your shoes. But thank you so much for all the compassion you showed tonight, because there's a lot of passion out here. So God bless you and good luck. All right? Please don't cut music. That'd be the last thing. All right. Thank you.
I think it's the last person. I'm Israel Alanis for Kevin Alanis for Sutter Middle School. So I think don't keep the music class because my daughter come to undergrad. I like the music because my son has the second year for the concert. I feel like very, very special day. So eat the saxophone. I like the music. I like Latino music. So I feel like my heart is very, very happy because in my country always is no like here like big orchestra, a lot of music people. So you keep your programs because over here, grow up the people think about it. The students, it's not like a stress, every day working hard. Keep the programs for the kids. You think about it, a lot of game for go back to home, only play in the games or something, keeping outside the mind for the kids, for programs, the school, the ports, I don't know, keep the programs, not take it out the way because you keep the programs, everything like the school, maybe nobody go to school. He said, I don't want a school, the programs cut off because like the people take, I'm sorry, I don't speak very good, but
No, it's
keep the
fine.
programs.
Thank you.
Save the program, please.
Thank you very much. And Alex, was that our last comment on music programming? Okay, so since that was our last comment on music programming tonight, I do just want to say before we open it up to Ms. Molesky. Oh, you're actually speaking on this too? Okay.
Nikki Malevsky, SCTA. Besides the money that schools pool together and the parents fundraise, according to district's documents, the district spends a pathetic $755,000 on music. This is what you're talking about cutting for balancing the budget. You're talking about cutting music. You're talking about gutting child development in half to save $1.2 million in a $565 million budget. This is a horrible distraction from what you really need to be talking about. Why does Area Assistant Superintendent West have over $500,000 in their budget? Or the academic office, $3.3 million? Why is Area Superintendent Central have $300,000 or $400,000 in the Area Superintendent East? And this is just going down just a little portion of Escape Report 8. Why are you spending $3.4 million on legal counsel? These things are nowhere near our students. Why do we have budgeted $896,000 for the superintendent's budget alone? That is the superintendent, his retirement, his pay, his executive assistant. That's $38,000 in travel. That's $41,000 in memberships. That's another $250,000 in other contingency. Why are you not looking at those things that are so far away from our students? Why are you dragging these kids out in the middle of the night to come here, not doing their homework, to talk to you about don't cut music? You all should know not to cut music. You all should be looking at your budget reports. This is Escape 8, Report 8. February is the latest one that you have available to the public. You can get into the budgets in Escape Report 6. All of you can look very carefully at all the places that money should be cut rather than these services to kids.
So I want to thank all of, especially the students who came out to speak tonight, and parents and community members to ask us to do everything we can to save our music programs. I was one of those students who probably would have dropped out of school had it not been for music and performing arts, which gave me a reason to come to school every day as a low-income student. We are not taking any action tonight. I do want to say all of these programmatic cuts that we are looking at are heart-wrenching for each and every one of the board members. We are not taking action, but we do have a reality of a $35 million budget deficit. And so I hope that you will become involved with the same passion and commitment to preserving your music program, to helping us right that ship so that we can continue to provide these critical services to the beautiful students who have shared how it's changed their lives. So thank you, and we're going to move on to our next public comments.
The next group of public comments is regarding possible state takeover and a fiscal solvency. I'll call up all of you at once. Jen Custon, followed by Allison French-Tubo, followed by Alina Cervantes, Marisol Avina, Carla Mendoza, Jana Fisher, Jen DeWald, Scott Graves, Tara Thronson, Eric Thronson, Annie Amos, Julie Del Agua, and Maral Farsi.
Hi there. My name is Jen Custon.
If I could ask everyone to quiet in the chamber so we can hear our next public commenters.
My name is Jen Custon. I'm a parent of 2 students in the Sac City Unified School District. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
I have a 5th grader and a 3rd grader at Phoebehurst. We love our school. I'm just really concerned about the possible state takeover. It's very troublesome and worrisome to me. As a parent of 2 students, I just really don't want to see that happen. So I just want to urge all of the parties involved to come together and come up with a balanced budget by the June deadline so that we don't have to face a state takeover. And that's really, I'm just urging everyone to be involved and, get together and have us have a solution by June. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Allison French-Tubo. I've been a Sac City parent and volunteer for 10 years. I have a 9th grader at West Campus and a 6th grader at Caleb Greenwood. I am dismayed that our wonderful teachers are unhappy with the contract history, and I am dismayed that SCUSD has a history of short-term superintendents and disregarding warnings from SCOE. But most importantly, I am frustrated that our budget is driving over a cliff and that we are going to have to spend 20 years fixing the damage. Regardless of history and emotion, we need a balanced budget now. A state takeover is not going to be a solution. All 5 bargaining units should be sitting at the table with their peers, and all the parties should be listening to what SCOE is telling us, so that we can move eventually to refocusing on educating our kids who are in school today and who are our future citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, members of the board. I'm Jana Fisher, and I'm here to speak as a parent of a preschooler at Tahoe Parent Participation Preschool and 2 children at Phoebehurst Elementary. As a parent, I'm asking, please, for the budget team and labor unions to come together, and yourself as the board, for the best option for you and all of us as parents, children, educators, and all other district employees to fill the $35 million deficit by June 20th so we can move forward and avoid receivership. Yes, we have lots to address and solve as parents, labor union members, and district members moving forward, but that needs to be after this deficit is resolved. And there's no way around the math. I understand past the deadline there is some wiggle room and receivership wouldn't happen on June 21st, but that doesn't take away the urgency to solve this today. I understand that the farther we go past the deadline, the harder it's going to be for us to fill the deficit. As we continue operating without a balanced budget, causing even greater risk for receivership. As a parent, PTO board member, volunteer, local taxpayer, homeowner, former stockbroker, and teacher, receivership is unacceptable and it's not an option. Also, if a state takeover does happen, many families like us will leave for private charters and other districts. Please come together with a mediator in timed increments or whatever it takes to make the cuts we need to fill the deficit and balance the budget. Under receivership, all will be cut with no input from any of us, parents, labor unions, district employees. We all lose for many years to come. This could affect our preschoolers' entire school career if we were to stay in Sac Unified. Please, budget team, labor unions, district board, hear our parents' voice that we will continue to stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Jennifer DeWald, and I too am a parent of elementary school children. I'm also a very active parent, and my background is in education also. Thank you for allowing us to join you tonight, but I come to you very frustrated and concerned, like many other parents, about the future of our district. We've heard so many stories tonight from students, children, and their educational experiences. These children must be kept in the forefront of everyone's mind through this very difficult time. It is their educational future that is at stake. One thing is clear, our leadership is failing, and time is running out to save our district and our children's future. Union and district officials are locked in a high-stakes game with everything to lose and nothing to gain. Forward motion must happen. A resolution must happen. Avoiding state takeover must happen. Please remember that our schools exist to educate our children. They should not be used for political or personal gain. We all recognize that there are going to be cuts and everyone is going to have to give. Everyone is going to have to give. Both sides need to recognize, all sides need to recognize that if the state takes over the district, so much will be lost, including student enrollment in the district. Like Mrs. Fisher and her family, we too would leave the district, and that would absolutely break my heart. I love my children's elementary school and their teachers and everything that that represents. Union and district officials must do their part to find a resolution that best supports the need of our students. Moving forward together is going to get us to where we want our future of the district to be. Thank you for your continued efforts.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, members of the board. My name is Marisol Aviña, and I'm here as a community member, again expressing my strong opposition to a potential state takeover. We all know that a takeover would hurt not only our kids, which are most important, they're the future workforce, and it would hurt our entire economy. The $35 million budget gap that needs to be filled, we all need to come together and find solutions and find them soon. And as a community members, as educators, parents, all of us need to come together and find solutions. I believe there is an opportunity to find healthcare savings and agree to less costly but comparable health benefits for employees. And in that way, all these programs that we just heard about, the music programs and all of those that we heard about during the last board meeting, don't have to take such deep cuts. And under state receivership, it would be even worse. All of these programs would just be disseminated, and that would be really painful. And then as we've heard the other speakers talk about parents leaving the district, and that would just be really, really hurtful. So it will require shared sacrifice. There's no other way. The alternative is the kids will suffer, and that is not, that should not be a solution. So I stand ready and willing to be a resource, and we all need to direct our energy to what's here now and what we need to solve, and we need those solutions now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carla Mendoza, and I have two daughters at C.K. McClatchy High School. We have been a part of the Sacramento City Unified School District public school system for many years. As we all know, education is one of the most important aspects of the development of a child. It saddens me and it frightens me that my daughters' educations are at risk because all parties involved are not coming together to find solutions. I came here today to implore you and every stakeholder to find a solution in order to avoid a state takeover. I understand that our teachers are not being compensated for their worth. For what teachers do, fair compensation might not even exist. However, right now is not the time for strikes or state takeovers. We need to find a solution. During this fiscal emergency, now is the time for all parties involved to come together. We must find a solution in order to avoid a state takeover. A state takeover could have a long-lasting, devastating effect on the community that will hurt our children far past the time my daughters will have graduated from high school. Please, I implore you to find a solution and avoid a state takeover. It has not worked in other cities in California, and it will not work in Sacramento. We have to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Alina Cervantes. The latest crisis has been a long time coming, and there is no time left to focus on past failures, old resentments, and personal issues. There's plenty of blame to go around, and I share some of that as a parent who's been in this district for 3 years, and this is my first school board meeting. I can assure you it won't be my last, and if this ship goes down, I'm going down with it, and I'm not leaving this district because I know that we can turn this district around. Some people don't have a choice to leave this district. Our children are on a fast-moving train that is heading off a cliff, so I don't want to hear any more arguing about who built the tracks or who should be driving. Now is not the time to hit our kids when they're down. Our kids don't deserve another lost day of instruction or more lost revenue. The only power move I want to see is both sides coming together in good faith to solve a math problem. I want you to have around-the-clock negotiations, and if you can't settle, send it to arbitration. The healthcare costs alone in this district are outrageous and could be a huge saving. No more strike, no state takeover. When I hear people say they want a state takeover to clean house, it makes me angry because they're saying they want to clean my children's home with a bomb, and that is not an option. With a state takeover, we all lose, including our beloved city. Shame on us if we allow that to happen when there's still time to right this ship. And to make matters worse, the kids are going to be hit the hardest with that are the kids in the kinds of neighborhoods where I grew up. I've been a teacher and a child advocate for 27 years. I'm a dues-paying member of my teachers' union, and I've served as a union steward. Under no circumstances do I want my children to be used as bargaining chips in a labor dispute. My kids are not represented by the union. They do not sit on this board, and right now they're probably sitting at home doing their math homework. We all need all of you to do yours. And as our third grade teacher will tell you, do not forget to show how you got your answer. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. Mr. Aguilar, my name is Scott Graves. My daughter is a 7th grader at Alice Burney Waldorf, and although at last month's meeting our Waldorf teachers sang their commentary to you, I will not be singing tonight, thereby breaking a new Waldorf Alice Burney tradition. Obviously, it would have been better to address our district's eroding fiscal crisis years ago, rather than waiting for the crisis to come. But here we are, the crisis is here, and as many have said before me, a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. Parents can make our voices heard. We're finally getting engaged, as you can see here, live before you and on social media, and in the meetings we've been having with each other. But we're not in the back rooms. We don't have a say in the final negotiations that go on between district officials and the unions of this district. To all sides, it is not too late to pull back from the brink. You need to come together, find a path forward, and avoid a state takeover. Then, assuming we can stop the bleeding, we can figure out how to revive the patient, our school district, and restore it to the health that it deserves so that our children can thrive long into the future. And this board needs to stop kicking the can down the road and finally get serious about fiscal management, discipline, long-term planning. Our school district's fiscal house of cards collapsed on your watch, you 6. But it was entirely foreseeable because you had been warned for years, including at the December 2017 meeting when the SCTA contract was approved. We understand as parents that sacrifices will be required in the short term by all parties, including teachers and administrators, where we do need more belt tightening. We need more revenues, but that's a long-term solution.
Thank you. Can you please wrap up your comments?
Yes. You need to come together, find a path forward, and avoid a state takeover.
Thank you.
Superintendent, board president, board members. My name is Tara Thronson. I'm a parent of 2 children in Sac City Unified School District. I came to my first, I also am ashamed, I've only come to one board meeting before tonight in my life. That was last month. And I came because my husband and I were greatly concerned about this budget issue, and we wanted to bring our conversation outside of the kitchen table and into the public. So an amazing thing has happened in the last few weeks. I've realized we're not alone. There are a lot of parents that feel the same way. The teachers, the administrators, the principals, the custodians all have a voice in this process through their unions. And we've realized the parents have not had a voice in this process. But as we all know, the best advocate for our children are the parents. So we have formed a group. We are called Parents United to Restore Our Schools. And we have come together with one immediate focus, and that is to avoid state takeover. We are asking that all parties come together to stop fighting and start focusing on solutions. We are running out of time. We recognize there is a history of mistrust, and that will not be healed overnight in the next 2 months. It will probably take years, but we have to start somewhere. Our energy must be focused on collaboratively focused on solutions. We cannot be talking about the past. We need to be talking about solutions and nothing but solutions. Please, everyone, come to the table. Be open to multiple paths. There is too much at stake for all of us not to. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name, let me get to the top of my screen here. My name is Eric Thronson, and I'm a father of 2 children in elementary school. And I am here to beseech all parties to come together and solve this budget problem before we end up in state receivership. I support our teachers and the things they're fighting for, smaller classes and more support. I strongly desire these things for our schools as well. But sinking into state receivership will not bring about these changes. It will cost us significantly more than solving the problem ourselves and will leave us to the whim of an outside bureaucrat whose job is to find savings without regard to our local priorities. That is unacceptable and will be the result of failed leadership on all sides. At this point, we need the administration and the unions to come together, set aside past grievances and broken promises, and find a budget solution before it is too late. If the parties come together and do it right, both sides end up losing a little, but at least our kids will be spared. If we do not solve the budget problem and the state takes over, both sides lose and our kids lose. Refusing to come to the table at this point is simply holding our kids hostage in order to try and leverage the other side, and I cannot support that perspective. Quit posturing, everyone, and please get together and solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for letting me be here. My name is Annie Amos, and I'm the parent of a 2nd grader at Washington Elementary. I'm incredibly frustrated and concerned by the current situation the district is in. I want our district administration, the elected school board officials, and our union leaders to come together and find a path forward so that we avoid state takeover. I recognize there will be cuts regardless of whether there's a state takeover or not. However, I much prefer a budget solution from our local leaders and decision makers that minimizes impacts on students. Frankly, I'm tired of being stuck between the district and SCTA's game of chicken. If neither side gives, we all lose. I know that there are years of resentment built up between the two parties, but I implore both the district administration and SCTA to come together openly and honestly to work toward a solution for fiscal stability. I want to see the district implement fiscal best practices to avoid this situation in the future, but in the short term, the most important thing is to avoid state takeover. I'm looking forward to seeing proactive work and a proposal that addresses the budget issues in a real way.
Thank you. Do we have a little stool for you? You can use the chair if you want.
No, it's okay. Hi, my name is Emma, and this is Julie.
She wanted to say
Good
that.
job.
Good evening. I'm Julie DeLagua. I'm a parent in this district. I'm also a teacher in this district. I've worked here for 20 years, and my sole goal here is to really encourage all sides to get together to take care of our fiscal crisis. I have spent countless hours, my spring break, looking over documents, trying to understand the issues, and I 100% believe that it can be solved if all parties come together. We're adults, we're professionals, and we need to do so for our children. Because if we don't, then everyone loses, our kids, teachers, parents, families. And not only that, but it will be cut disproportionately. I'm not so worried about my kids. They go to Phoebe. Families raise $93,000 to fund programs. It's other schools where parents can't afford uniforms and shoes and clothing, and they're going to be the ones that lose out. Additionally, I just want to say that I am very saddened by the news announcement yesterday with SCTA and another strike. I am a union paying due member, and I know my union members are here, and I have told them I do not support a strike. I will send my children to school, and any parent and any teacher that agrees with me needs to stand up and say it. We can come together and we can solve this. We cannot have a strike right now. We need to save our energy, save our resources, and we need to come together right now, and we can do it. And I have spoken with my union members, and I am hoping that everybody can come together and come up with a solution, because I know it's there. I've looked through the documents. I'm very hopeful, and a strike right now would only further push us into a state receivership, and I absolutely will not support that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maral Farsi. I am a community member and I have a daughter in elementary school, and I just want to thank that teacher. She is incredibly courageous. Today, I am frustrated, like many people in this room, like I'm sure you guys are. I want our school's district administration, our elected school board trustees, and all union leaders to come together and find a path forward. And if you can't, find a new negotiator and select new union leaders. Today, we all want to avoid a state takeover. I think we can agree to that. Today, we need to all recognize that there will be cuts all around and they will be unpleasant. I don't know how we get around that. Today, I would like all of us to come together to unify around this idea that we do not want state receivership, period. We will all lose. I would like more transparency from the district and more cooperation from the union leaders. I'm not talking about the teachers, because teachers like that, they speak up. I'm talking about the union leaders. I want the union leaders to step up and be leaders. I want to support them. I don't want them to be politicians. Today, I would ask you to stop saying that you are doing this on behalf of our children. My daughter and I supported the first strike. I took her out. It was a school day. It was education and political science. I showed her this is what we do. We support our teachers. Her father is a teacher. This is important. I get that this is important. But now I want to show her what education policy looks like. I hope that if our union leaders do end up taking this strike day on May 22nd, that at least they don't walk the picket lines, but they come with their own proposal for how we address this $32 million budget issue. My daughter is not your bargaining chip. She does not have $10 copays. We pay $40 on all of our medical care.
Can you please wrap up?
I will
Thank
wrap
you
this
very
up
much.
right now. We love our teachers and respect the value that they provide to our school, but today I am disappointed. I'm asking for everyone to unify, and please understand we're all making sacrifices. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Samantha Alvarez. I am with Communities for New California, and together we have been talking with over 500 families here in Sacramento alone, and they have all been urging you guys to come together, come to the table along with the unions, think of a fair share budget, and make sure that we say no to a state takeover. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Hatsune Aguilar, and I'm a parent. My daughter is in preschool. She's at Hiram Johnson. She has a disability, and she benefits from special education. I have spoken with other parents who are talking about taking their students out of, or their kids out of Sacramento City School District and looking at charter schools. My daughter doesn't have that option. She is, and we don't want to take her out of this school district. Honestly, like, we want to take her to our neighborhood school, so this is really important to us. At the same time, we're really worried about a state takeover. And at the end of the day, we urge everyone to come together because the stakes are just so high. And I know that you know this, but to look at at what other school districts have suffered after a state takeover, at the end of the day, they are suffering from greater debt. They're still facing program cuts. We don't want to see our music programs cut. I mean, everything that you were saying earlier, that you're looking at this long list of programs that are all facing cuts, it's excruciating. And to know that after state takeover, that all may still be on the line and that our teachers would still be facing layoffs is just too much. And we just urge you to, we would urge everyone, just let's get on the same page and let's face this together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'll be brief. My name is Jason Mallory. I'm a guest teacher in Sac City Unified School District. I have been for 5 years. I've also worked in Tahoe and a number of different charters. I've met about 10,000 students in this district as an educator. I've met about 10,000 students in this district as an educator in the classrooms. I have 0 teacher of record experience as a guest teacher. But I do have a perspective that might be of value to you, and if I could lend myself in any way, I'm happy to do so in bringing all of us together to find a solution to some of these problems here. In regards to Rosemont's music, I've been to all the schools in the district pretty much. I would say they could be a flagship, something where we have magnet programs for various things. That might be a way of generating interest and community funding on making a path forward with music. Just an idea. But anyway, if I could be of any help to you, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good evening. My name is Nidia Bautista. I'm a parent with a daughter at Washington Elementary School. Just want to add my voice to those of the other parents that you've heard from tonight. We would like to avert state takeover. We want to ensure that the parties all come to the table to work together towards a solution. Frankly, I don't have a lot of faith in a Hail Mary at this point. Really, at the end of the day, it's about rolling up our sleeves and making sure there's good faith effort to negotiate and make sure that we understand these cuts are going to be challenging. We know that it's not going to be easy. We know that there's going to be sacrifices from everyone involved. And we're already prepared to do some of that. But we really need everyone to come to the table, and we just want to share our voice there. And para la gente que habla español, también que estamos aquí para los padres, para decir que queremos apoyar a esta comunidad, que queremos mucho, y queremos que este distrito no se vaya al judicial estatal. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Superintendent and board members, thank you for having and welcoming the comments today. My name is Eduardo Aguilar. I am an alumni, a former district employee, and a current parent of Sac City Unified. And so I have deep roots and deep love for this community. I'm here to support the comments that are being made by parents kind of throughout the district and conversations that I've had with folks just off to the side, that really nobody wants to see the receivership option even on the table at all. And so it is an opportunity for us to come together. The perspective that I'd like to just kind of elevate is having served in the district as school culture and climate specialist within youth development support services and bringing the lens of school culture into this conversation. During the last teacher strike, I was one of the few parents, there was a handful of us that had an opportunity to come and had the flexibility in our schedule to come onto the campus and actually volunteer to provide some extra support. I can only imagine the campus that we had, there was about, I believe, our principals back there, 20%, 40% attendance. For the schools that had 60% attendance or more, I can't imagine what they were able to do to make sure that the kids were safe, were engaged, and were receiving some level of education that day. Looking back at the experience how I experienced that and the conversations that I was having with students where they were literally, as a quote unquote assistant for PE, I was out on the blacktop within eyesight of the picketing teachers. Every single rotation that we had, we would get questions from the kids. What is going on? Why aren't my teachers on campus, right? It wasn't my position to offer an opinion. It was just my position to say, we're going to focus today on what we're doing here on campus. And so that's all I could offer up. But I know that for me, with my daughter, being able to go home that night and being able to just kind of talk to her a little bit, and for her to share that her own teacher was his response to why he had walked off, he said, I don't know, but I just needed to I felt like I needed to support my fellow teachers. So that's just an upsetting dynamic that I want us to be able to move past this, because ultimately we're on the same team and we have the same goal of making sure that our kids get the highest level of education experience possible. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further public comments at this time?
Yes, we do. We have 2 public comments related to the April 11th strike, and then we have the rest of the public comments. I'm just going to call them all up. Christopher Ayala, followed by Benita Ayala, Kenya Martinez, Sally Manduyan, Cecile Nunley, Alice Mercer, and Naomi Roberts.
You like that, huh? Just don't ask me to do MC Hammer. Good evening,
Benita
everyone.
has one of the best shirts of the night. Please begin.
Just so you know, I'm here for myself and my son, so I do have 4 minutes.
Wonderful. Okay.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Benita Ayala. I'd like to take you on a journey that I had in regards to my teachers union that I'm appalled at, angry and frustrated that my son was denied, could have been denied particular services because teachers decided to do their own personal thing. On the Friday before, I received this letter, which has the SDCA logo on it, that asked me to call a board member and tell the board member to have them keep the promise of their students. That was my first thing. Come Monday morning, I was approached by the teacher, which I'm okay with, giving me some information in regards to the strike, okay? Come Tuesday night at 7 p.m., I received this email in detail from his teacher in regards to letting me know about the dangers of my child entering into the school. Now, mind you need to know I had planned to send my student regardless, because it's not your choice to choose whether my child comes to school or not. It's mine and his, okay? After that, on Wednesday, I got this in my son's backpack, okay? Telling me that I got a note from his teacher.
Benita, will you share?
I'd rather leave, only because I'm gonna tell you why. Because I wanna be respectful for the simple fact, that even though they put you guys' telephone number on here, my son's teacher's telephone numbers are on here. And I feel that since I didn't tell him that, I don't feel I should share that with you. But I have no problems telling you who they are, but I'm not gonna do like this teachers union did for you guys and dispose something that I don't think is right. So I have no other reason, I will, but I'm just telling you, I will block their name and number off because of that.
Thank you, Benita. Please go.
Okay. So on Wednesday, as I go back, I got a phone call from my teacher, my son's teacher, 3 times. That evening, I spoke to him, telling me the same details that are in this. Okay? Now, mind you, I'm a parent that is well-versed in this district. And I'm an advocate for my son and others. So I'm pretty pissed at this time. Okay? So mind you, I had another conversation with him at 8:30 p.m. that night to let me know the dangers of it was to send my child to school, and to let me know that his music therapy teacher would not be present there to do a service, which I found appalling and pissed me off. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. So you know what I decided to do? I camped myself there at the campus and watched the teachers picket. You know what I saw when they picket? His music teacher came there to do a service for my son, who was approached by a teacher and came off the strike line. They had no right, no business. You guys need to learn where your place is, and that's not it. Then after that, I approached my son's music teacher to let them thank him for coming. He says to me, I never told his teacher that I was not coming. So now here it is that I feel that my son's teacher has lied to me. That has broken a trust. I have a problem with that, yet I have to take my child there. Now come Friday, come the next day, now this happened for a whole week long. I consider this bullying to me personally. You're bullying the wrong one, and I'm not gonna stand for it. It's not for you guys, it's necessary, I need to be turning around directing it over here. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen for my son and no other son in his classroom. So I need you guys to get a hold of the leashes that are out here doing this. It's uncalled for. You get paid to teach students. It's part of your job to do that. It's not a charge of your job to bully, to affect someone that's coming to give a service to my child and other children. It needs to be fixed. I'm not the right one to be pissing off. I'm not. I find myself to be even killed, very transparent. But this is over the line. And then to top it off, my teacher approached me. Now, mind you, I don't blame the teacher. I blame the union that he so-called represents. Represent our students. That's what I want you to do. Represent our students.
Thank you, Benita.
Good evening, board members. I couldn't say it better than some of the parents that have been here saying it tonight. I just really, really feel that it's so wrong when you have adults use the kids as an excuse for bad behavior. It's reprehensible. It's out of line, and it should never, ever happen. I'm so proud of some of those teachers that stood up and said, I'm not in favor. I think she should be applauded because that is bravery at its best. For those parents that this was your first meeting that you've ever come to, I can relate to that. I feel like I was late getting here as well. And you guys know I've been here for over a year and a half. I've been coming. I should have been coming a lot sooner, and I feel bad for that. But I do appreciate every last single one of you. I do understand that it's so difficult, and I really, really pray that you guys really look at the facts and not allow the bullies to really take over this district. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cecilia.
Hello, my name is.
I want to make sure you get your full time. Can you please restart the clock? They're counting you down on the other person.
Hello, my name is Alice Mercer, and I am a teacher at Hubert Bancroft Elementary. And we've got a couple other teachers here. 4 of us were here originally. Christine and Pritchett were over in your area. All of us do not want to do this. The teachers do not want to do this strike. The parents obviously don't want it, and I think you guys don't want it either. There's a very simple solution. You need to come to the table. You need to agree that you made that agreement about healthcare savings going for class size reduction. If we get past that, we can go over and start sitting down about the other things. There's already agreement about having a meeting about the fiscal state of the union, of the district, with union representatives, FCMAC representatives, and SCOE representatives. We'll be able to move forward, but we can't do that until this is resolved. We cannot talk about a new contract until we get matters resolved with our existing contract. That's jumping ahead. Once we get that taken care of, and you have the power to do that, this is in your hands, then we can move on and get back to what I want to do, what all of the teachers here want to do, which is teaching, whatever side they're on. We're not looking forward to this. We do not want to do this. This is the only tool that we feel is available to us because you haven't heard us. For the parents who haven't been here, I'm sorry, but we've been talking for years. It took us over a year to come to that agreement that's now being violated. It took a year to go over and get parts of it approved. We finally got an arbitration decision today in our favor. There's a reason for that. We're right.
Thank you, Ms. Mercer.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Verardo Torres. I am a parent of 2 elementary school students. I'm in Mr. Wu's district, although my children go to school in Ms. Morawski's district. I am the chair of the Sutterville School Site Council. I am on the board of on the board of the Sutterville PTA. I provide almost weekly art coach lessons to kindergartners and first graders at Sutterville. But I'm here as a parent tonight, and I'm here, like many others, to express frustration, but more than that, to call for a realistic and timely resolution to the situation at hand. I am also frustrated and quite angry at the behavior and actions on both sides that have essentially used my children and students across this district as a shield for what is an adult problem to solve. It is enough. I have discussed this issue with my 9-year-old daughter who gets it. We had a discussion about how difficult budgets are to balance. We had a discussion about how sometimes you make a promise that in reality you might not be able to keep. And in my discussion with my 9-year-old daughter, in talking about some of the budget disputes, what she said to me is, so Mom, if I made a promise to a friend of mine that I wanted to give them something, and then it turns out I wasn't able to give them that would be really hard. I said, yes, it would. She said, but you know, if they're my friend, I know they would understand. I know that we would come to a situation where we could work it out. And I said, Ava, you need to be elected to the school board pretty soon. I'm here to urge you, resolve the financial imbalance, and as you well know, and as the speaker before me and many before her know, there are many ways to get to a resolution, and this calls for creative solution. I am also here to urge you to institute and establish ongoing oversight and include parents in the accountability and oversight that is required to ensure we do not get in this mess again.
Thank you so much.
So I've got 6 minutes,
Okay, you're goodbye.
just to let you know. It's a sad day when you make Benita Ayala angry. So for her to get up here and speak about her experience, I have to commend her and give her a hand. She's a parent advocate. I've known her for over a year, and she speaks with quite a lot of elegance. She serves on the African American Task Force. So, and that's not even the reason why I came up here. I just came up here because I have another subject that I actually want to talk about, but I couldn't pass that without, saying something about Benita first. Another thing that I did want to talk about was the music program. So I grew up in the South Bronx in New York City, and even though I may not look like it, I actually performed at Lincoln Center. So I don't think any of you performed at Lincoln Center. So I've got the one up on you, and that was because of the music program, because I played an instrument from kindergarten all the way until 9th grade. And my music teacher, who is now serving as the superintendent of public schools for 7-day Adventist schools in Southern California, was my music teacher, and he let me call him every Sunday just to tell him how I was doing. So I just wanted to give you a background about that. I didn't say my name. My name is Kenya Martinez. I am the elected chair for Sac City Unified School District on special education, but I'm not here today as the chair. I'm here as a community member. This is Sac City Unified School District, where students come first. I'm gonna, first of all, thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. I came here back in January and told you about how my son did not get PSAT. He didn't have the PSAT. So on the strike date, my son actually took the PSAT. I was afraid he wasn't going to take it, and he actually took it. Staff showed up at his school, and to my surprise, he completed it, and so I'm very happy about that. So I'm here to talk about the special education process in this district. What I have discovered is this process is 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. This room is filled with parents, community leaders, teachers, students who possess the answers for this fiscal crisis, but they aren't being utilized. They're being ignored. They're not being talked to. On October 4th, 2018, I made an appearance before this board to inform this district that we did not have a special education teacher at my son's school, which is Sacramento New Tech. And then when we did get a special education teacher, she wasn't pushed into the classrooms. So the district did hire the RSP teacher right here, Miss Sally Mondahan. I actually brought her to the district. I actually found her. There was a teacher shortage that you guys are aware of. She is a overqualified, credentialed RSP teacher who has become an advocate for your students. She was given a non-reelect letter when you are in a teacher shortage. As a reminder, just to refresh your memories, between August 13th, 2018 to January 22nd, 2019, none of the students at Sacramento DUTEC received their special education service minutes. And at this time, I'm just gonna introduce you to Naomi Roberts. Naomi Roberts has been an advocate and a proxy for our students at NUTEC. And Ms. Sally Monahan is, and I'm gonna try to say this without crying, this is the first time in the 12 years that I've been in special education where my son actually has the most robust IEP that he's ever had in his life, and it's because of her. So I'm just here to ask you, Superintendent Aguilar, if we can have a private meeting with her and with Ms. Roberts to discuss DOL and what's happening at Sacramento NUTEC.
We love DOL.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. That concludes our public comment. We're moving on to item 9.0, Board Workshop, Strategic Plan, and Other Initiatives. Item 9.1, this is an information-only item. Presentation and discussion on the 2019-20 budget with 2018-19 budget update. This evening, this item will be presented by Jackie Canfield, Gloria Chung, and Ron Forreston. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is, I'm sorry, Board Member Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, members of the board, and dedicated Sacramento Unified staff that I've been working with, and interested public members. I'm so happy to be here this evening to talk to you about Sacramento Unified's budget. When Superintendent Aguilar asked for a budget presentation, I had gone back and looked at different budget presentations that had been brought forward to the board, and I thought that it would be good to take a little bit of a step back, give you a little bit of an overview about the, here. A little bit of an overview about where the school districts do get their money, show an overview of how you're using your funds currently in the current year, and then most importantly, talk about the most important part of the budget, which is how we staff our schools, that part that's really closest to students. I thought that was a good place for us to start this evening. So I do take to heart all the different comments that were made, and love to hear the support that you're getting from different individuals who want to be part of this solution. I think that's a really great place for us to start. So the budget development process actually starts in January when the governor submits his budget, and that is where the basis of all the part should start. And from there, you know how much revenue approximately that you're going to be receiving, and then we need to go to how we do staff the schools. So, but let's first go and look at like where all the money does come from. So in the 18-19 budget, there's around $534 million overall in the general fund budget. And I should say we are only going to be talking about the general fund budget. There are many other funds that the district does have, but we're going to focus on the general fund tonight. You can see that the majority of the money comes from what we hear about LCFF, and I'll talk about that a little bit more on the next slide. We also do have monies that come from the federal government. Most people would be familiar with Title I, Title II, Title III. They have specific purposes, but they do give good resources for us to be able to add to the instruction for the students. We also get more monies from the state in different resources, and that's around $68 million. And then there's some local grants of around $7 million in other local income. So the local control funding formula was a big change for the state. This started in 2013-14, and you hear a lot of people say LCFF and LCAP. They kind of get the words confused, but this funding source is called the local control funding formula. The same time that was created, the LCAP was created, and you're going to hear more about the LCAP on the next item. But specifically talking about the local control funding formula, how it came about was they wanted to make sure that students who are at more of at a disadvantage had the opportunity to be more successful and to give monies for that purpose. So all school districts get some kind of baseline grant formula depending upon the grade level of the student, and that's called base grant, and that is for 1920 estimated to be $330 million. Then there is a grade span adjustment that the state gives for TK to 3, which means we need to keep our class sizes at 24:1. And then as a school average. And then we get some monies for 9 through 12. That's not as much, but there is definitely something. We'll take whatever they'll give us. Next, there is the supplemental and concentration monies. These are for our unduplicated pupils. These are our English learners. They are the low income and the foster youth. These monies that are given to the district are to do additional things above the baseline. And that's one thing that I want to make sure that we talk about this evening, because when we talk about the staffing parameters at the schools, it shows the baseline need that we want to give to every school, and then gives you the opportunity to do additional things, which you are doing, for out of supplemental and concentration and out of restricted funds.
Ms. Canfield, can I stop you for a moment?
Yes.
And I appreciate this presentation, and I know that there will be lots of questions from board members. I do want to suggest that we have an opportunity to ask you questions throughout the presentation rather than holding them all to the end. And so I would like to begin here on the local control funding formula slide. I appreciate the overview that you've provided. One of the things that has consistently come up from community members, and I think we heard from many of them tonight, is how is that we have seen reinvestment through LCFF, and you talked about the LCFF funding structure and the populations that it serves, and yet we have not seen an increase in revenue for the district at a level sufficient to not find ourselves in a deficit.
Okay, so that's actually a good point, because when they initially did this, they thought that this was going to help, but school districts who don't, for example, who don't have a unduplicated count, a very low one, they are facing some real problems, because at the same time that this happened, one, our funding equity is from state perspectives, other states were very low, but at the same time that the local control funding formula came into play, then districts ended up getting passed on the costs for STRS and PERS. And so a lot of this, quote, new money ended up needing to go to other things. And so it really shows in districts that have a low unduplicated count. They're having an extremely hard time.
Thank you for sharing that. And our increased contribution for STRS and PERS, do you know off the top of your head what we totaled out this year? I think it was more than $20 million, but it was a trend upward over the last several years and leveled off.
You know, I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to get that and give that information either in a board communication or at the next presentation, because it actually is something that if you saw the graph of like where we were and where we are now, and I have seen that, we'd be happy to share that information.
Thank you. I think it helps us understand why we are in the predicament we are today. Board Member Garcia.
Oh, yeah, go, sorry.
Yes, thank you. So yes, you are correct. PERS and STRS were, the rising costs were passed on to districts. But there was a gap between 2013 and when PERS and STRS reform was enacted. So we still are in this place, even though for a few years after LCFF, the district received additional money or funds in the millions of dollars because of our student demographics. So I think we need to recognize that PERS and STRS increase in expenditures didn't start at the same time when LCFF was implemented. There's a gap.
So it came pretty soon afterwards because I actually wanted to meet the person who was, at the state level. This is going to maybe sound a little strange. They're good chess players. They saved the state, and then they passed on the headaches to the school districts. They were very smart for the state, so don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking the person, whoever was at the state level, but it used to be when we were underneath the revenue limit, the maximum that the districts would have to pay for PERS and STRS was for PERS was a flat amount because it was in the revenue limit calculation. Then that went away, and then we lost the caps for PERS. We ended up having to go up to what the law required. So it definitely was a difference. But I'd be happy to show like a historical point of view, because you're right, there is more money, but there was several driving things, and the equity that they wanted to have to what does it take to actually teach a child, those kinds of funds had not really come at the level that it needs to be at.
And they're still insufficient. I mean, that's
correct.
I
correct.
think we can all agree on that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Canfield. Please proceed.
So now we're going to shift back to 2018-19. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I can give you a whole picture of how you're using your funds. So this is the unrestricted and restricted general fund. And the reason why the whole fund was shown again is because there's quite a bit of money on that restricted side. And there are plenty of opportunities to utilize those to help enhance the education for our students. So we're going to talk about the big part of the pie, but just real quickly so that you understand some of the terms that I used in here. We're going to focus on school sites, and we're going to break that down in just a moment. That is the largest piece of the pie. The whole rest of the pie you see there totals $138 million. Starting from the largest piece here on school support. When you see school support, I should say, how did I get here? Some people might be wondering how I got here. So the state has an account code structure where it has different components, and so you can, by looking at these numbers, it actually tells the story of how you're using your money. And so that's why we were able to go in here and give a picture to the numbers. And so here on school support, the different kinds of things that the district that fall into this category are your academic team that oversee the schools, your special ed central office staff, curriculum, professional learning, assessment, research and evaluation. And there's others, but I'm just picking on the larger ones there to give you an idea of the kinds of things that are in the school support. Next is the direct site support. These are individuals or expenditures that help students directly. For example, your psychologists, speech therapists, social workers, student services. So these are different expenditures that somehow a student still is connected to that expense, is the best way to describe that, or more closer to that. Central administration is the next one. And those are your typical departments that people think of. It's like the board, the superintendent's office, business services, human resources, information services, and like the public information office. Maintenance and operations, I think, kind of stands for itself. Those are the fix-it guys. I did put the custodians, who are, I guess, the cleanup guys that are in the central office here, just to have them be in one little slice of the pie. Next is transportation. That's both our home to school and special ed transportation. The one-time projects that are listed here, these are from specific grants. They're the CTE grant and the clean energy projects. So this you won't necessarily see all the time. That's why you see one time there. But again, that is an investment that the district is spending those funds for those purposes. Next, you have utilities, and so that's your, electricity to keep the lights on, the water, that sort of thing, and that's approximately $10 million. The transfers out for this year, that is monies that are going to other funds that we're contributing towards. That is the Child Development Fund, that is the Charter School Fund, and the Adult Ed Fund for the Parent Participation Program.
Ms. Canfield, can I ask you a
Yes.
question on this? So you have listed out $24 million for central admin, which of our total budget ends up being about 4.4 to 4.7%. Can you speak to how that compares with some of the neighboring districts, given we have had consistently a claim of administrative bloat, and what's contained within that central admin position status?
So I know that I believe it was at the last board meeting, I think there might have been a slide that showed that Sacramento Unified is lower than other ones, and it really is a component of those different departments that I already spoke about. So I'm not sure what else to add. I must have missed your question.
Well, we can actually have, I think maybe for the next board meeting when we do the full budget overview, the slide that shows the comps. I
Okay.
think that would be very helpful, just in giving a clearer picture as to what we are comparably, because I know like compared to Natomas, they're at 7+%, San Juan, et cetera. And it does give you some confidence as we've had to make additional cuts of the leanness and the commitment as we made those additional 30 admin cuts to find additional savings from the office, despite the fact that it was below the regional average. Board Member Vang?
I just had a quick question. Could you explain the transfer out funding again?
So these are funds that are being transferred out of the general fund to one of your other funds in the district. And the $2.3 million is to the Child Development Fund. You're making a contribution to that fund. And in the charter school fund, it's around $300,000. I think it's to a particular one charter school. And then $347,000 is to the parent participation program in the adult ed fund. Well, I've been spending some time getting to know your guys' budget.
Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I did have the question about the charters, but where do principals fit into this? Are they part of?
That's the segue to the next slide. So
there we go.
Before I go to the next slide, just to be clear on this, we are seeing that the majority of the slide here, the school sites, that's the $429 million, is 76% of the budget, like it should be. So I'm not trying to say that we're doing too much or we're doing too little, but it really is where the money should be, is at the school sites. So now we're going to drill down further into the school sites, and we're going to see where those site principals are at that you were requesting.
And I actually think Board Member Morawski had
I'm sorry.
found her button, so we're going to go ahead and take a question from her.
Thank you, Ms. Canfield. Thank you, Ms. Canfield. I wanted to make sure I understood. This is sort of a roll-up of a bunch of different sort of the SACS code structures that we use to describe where the different pieces of money go. Do you have offhand what is rolled up into the different buckets? I'm particularly interested in what's in the school support versus direct site support versus central admin.
So that was where I was listing off the different departments, but maybe what would be helpful, everyone learns in different ways. Maybe I should do a board communication so you can actually see the names of the different departments. Would
Yeah,
that
the
help?
names and the numbers, the codes associated with it, just so we
Mhm.
can track, against the budget, because I appreciate the way it's broken out. But I would like to understand a little bit more of what's in school support. You said
Okay.
academic team, professional learning, assessments. So these are not site-based,
No, they're not at,
Like
they're not at the
instructional
sites.
coordinators or-
No,
okay.
but they're closely, they're supporting the work that the schools are doing. So for example, let me just take the curriculum and professional learning. They're doing the work here to help the teachers, but
Okay.
they're not directly at the school site.
So they're the academic support, basically?
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're on to
have a-
our, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Board Member Garcia?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that more, I guess, detailed information that will be provided to us. That would be very helpful. I'm also interested in learning how we determine how many funds just go to the school sites. How do we come up with that number? Is it a formula? And if you can just tease it out by school site, that would be helpful as well. And I don't expect for you to have an answer right now, but if we can get that information, that would be appreciated.
Okay, so further in the presentation, we talk about it a little bit. It may not completely answer your question, so after I go over it, then maybe you can help me with how more detail you want it to go, and then I'll be able to give you a better answer.
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
President Ryan?
Yes.
Can I also make the request? I know that you're going to break down in a BC, but I think given just the parents united to restore our schools, I think it's important that in some ways we're also, the information is not coming as a BC to us as a board, but that we are also able to share that information publicly. I don't know if we put that on the site or if it's at the budget committee, but I think that we need to also do that as well, so
Yeah,
that
I
our
think
parents can be informed.
That's an excellent suggestion. I do just want to point out, because Ms. Canfield is well aware, we have to move through SCOE and their approval of those budget documents that we post online. So it is not as easy or timely as we would like, but certainly think it's a fair request, and just want to let our public know it might take a little more time.
Okay, the next slide is drilling down on that 429 million. And in this piece of the pie here, you can see that we also have another large group, and actually it's kind of two, but the reason I want to put special ed and classroom staff together because really this is where the instruction is happening at this site level. And so between the two of those, again, that represents about 76%. I will say that the classroom staff there, that's the teachers and aides, these are people that are directly in the classroom. And then in the special education area, which deserves its own little presentation itself, so please know anyone who's in the audience, I am not doing a complete picture on special education tonight. It's just a brief little part that's being mentioned here. This 91 million is the different kinds of instructional settings for all of the students. It also includes the non-public schools and the non-public agencies, for full disclosure, because they are coded with the instruction function, which is what I used for this. The next little group there that we have is the site administrators. This is the principals and the assistant principals. The site staff, that are the clerical staff that are supporting or are physically at the school sites and supporting the work for the school itself. The custodians, those are the custodians that are actually at the school sites. The supply, services, and equipment, with the way that we were doing the breakout here, these are funds that the sites are given and they chose to not use personnel, they're using it for supplies, services, and equipment. And I say it that way because you're going to see the school allocations in a little bit, and you're going to wonder, why are numbers not matching? It's because the schools can choose to use some of the monies that they get for staff. So if they're using it for staff, it's being reflected in the different staff slices that I've been talking about.
So Ms. Canfield, can you give an example of that? So what you're saying is they can determine that staffing is more important than supplies and roll the money from one category into the other. There is some flexibility to do that.
Right. So you're going to see that I'm going to talk a little bit about the LCFF funding that is given to the school sites. And those, if they choose, they can prioritize the funds to use the way they want. And if, for example, some buy nursing time, and so, they're using their funds saying that it's a higher priority for them. They need to have, that nursing time as an example.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
Next little category, there are a lot of little grants and donations. I threw them all together that are at the school site level. And then the after-school grant, that's a large grant that we have at, I don't know how many schools. I should have looked at that before I opened up my mouth on that one. But that is the after-school grants of $8 million. The counselors, these are at the school site. At all our middle schools and high schools and K-8s. Nurses, campus monitors. The textbooks is a one-time cost for this year that was going to, I can't remember the name of the books. What's the books?
Bless you.
It was English, right? Yeah. Oh, English ELA books. Sorry. ELA adoption. Okay. With some of the funds being paid this year and some next year. Next, you have the librarians, and then where it says parent, there is monies given to schools for parent participation because we want them to participate. And so that is what that is. And in fact, in Title I, there's a requirement to ensure that we do have money set aside for parent participation. Athletics and extracurricular, $3 million. CTE, $2 million. And I want to be clear on this. This is where I can specifically see it's for CTE. My guess is there is more money than CTE of the $2 million, but the way that it's coded in the system right now, that is what it was showing. And then music teachers of $1 million. So I'll stop there and see if there's some questions about this information.
In the CTE categories, is that where the pathways work would be housed in the budget allocation?
Yes, but I'm not sure that we're seeing the full amount of the CTE because I haven't really had the time to maybe talk and find out if there's other ways that some of the expenses are being coded. So this is where I could definitely see that it was CTE. So I just had a feeling there probably was more, and I just haven't been able to figure out how it might be identified in the system.
Thank you. And I do know our funding dropped significantly for that item this year. Board Member Morowski?
Thank you. Do you happen to know what is included in the parent participation item?
That's a good question, and I'm not going to have that level of detail unless, Gloria, you might have it.
That would include like
you can talk.
that would include like translators and babysitting, so different categories. That would probably also include our home visit program.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, seeing none, we're going to go on to the next one. The next important thing to know is you need to know how many students you're going to be serving. And so you can see here from 2015-16 the actual enrollment and the ADA that has been derived. So the first 4 years there, including 2018-19, are actual numbers. And then 19-20 and forward are projected numbers. The average ADA percentage varies, but it's around 94.5%. And so based upon the enrollment, though, is how we will actually staff. And how we are funded is based upon ADA. I will say when you are a declining enrollment district, lots of people ask, well, how long are you going to be declining? And what I've heard from different people say, and there's truth to it, you'll know when you're declining when you stop. And there's truth in that. The one thing that's good about this is that the state will give you monies based upon whatever is higher, your current ADA for the current year or the prior year, because they know it's harder to ratchet down. But it's also important to keep an eye on that, because you do need to ratchet down when your enrollment is going down, and plan accordingly.
So on this point, and we have a couple board member questions as well. I mean, obviously, it's troubling that we've had a trend of being a declining enrollment district for many years. And we know that some of the census and population data bears that out. It's very concerning to me to see the mismatch between enrollment and ADA, and I know we've been trying to do what we can to reduce the reality of having to grapple with chronic absenteeism and an ADA that is not what it should be, to be able to have the funding necessary to meet the needs of our students. I know that we've had some efforts this year. I'm hoping that you in the budget office are continuing to propose some ideas for how we can increase our ADA counts. I think the Be Here campaign was one very good step. I also want to just acknowledge very briefly our staff members who came in weekend after weekend to make calls to ensure that students were counted. So these are all things that we're doing to try and switch that dynamic, but more needs to be undertaken. Board Member Vang?
Yeah, I was just going to actually just mention regarding the gap between the enrollment and the ADA. I just had a quick question regarding, it is unfortunate in terms of declining enrollment, but I would be interested to also learn in terms of just the rollout of teachers who are retiring and how we, because I know those are dollars, and so it'll be also interesting in terms of how many teachers on average retires in Sac City Unified School District, and how that impacts just our budget as well. I don't know if you have that answer today, but that's something that I'm interested in learning more about. So
Right. That is one thing that I've been trying to work on, is I would like to get a good feel for the average number of retirees that you have, and then also look at the number of teachers that are replaced, and when they are hired, what do they come in at? Now that you've had a little change in the way that your CBA agreement works now a teacher can come in at a higher steps, so it might change a little bit of your history, but it's still important to have all those kinds of information, because as you're building the budget, you want to make sure you're not putting in too much, but you also don't want to put in too little.
Thank you, Ms. Canfield. We have one other question from Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. So do districts always, craft their budgets around enrollment?
Do they?
So, I mean, do you use your enrollment numbers in order to come up with a budget proposal, right?
Well, you need to have the enrollment numbers to know how much revenue you're going to have. And then when you're staffing, you can't staff on ADA, because then the classrooms will be rather full. So you need to keep an eye on enrollment to ensure that you're adhering to the collective bargaining agreement, for one, but also to make sure there's a good educational classroom environment for the students.
Right. I guess just what stands out to me, and I just don't know what the answer is. That's why I'm asking. But there's this consistent gap between our enrollment and our ADA, and it's never that they're just both on a downward trend. So I'm just wondering if we're adopting budgets based on enrollment or staffing based on enrollment, but the actual ADA is much lower and consistently lower, probably by about the same margin. So I don't know how do you make adjustments for that maybe throughout the year if your hiring based on enrollment numbers, but you're getting reimbursed based on ADA numbers, which are much lower.
So you need to understand both numbers. You know that you're going to get funded based upon your projected ADA, so you need to know that number, but you also know you need a staff at your enrollment numbers. So you know the revenue that you have coming in, and you know the number of students you're projecting to have, and you need a staff for that. And yes, I know there's a difference, but I'm going to harp on something that I always wanted people to do more and more of, because I actually see it as an opportunity to even help our disadvantaged students too. And I know you do a little bit of it, but Saturday school is really, you know, when you
Yes.
do a good quality Saturday school, you're getting, the district would get regular ADA for every student who has an absence. And so if you offer that, even if you have students who have perfect attendance and you're not getting anything for it, you're still getting a benefit. That student's getting a benefit. And in the end, you're going to have more students there who have one absence that you're making up for that, and it will pay for the teacher and the experience. And I've seen good quality Saturday schools. It's not just bring your stuff to Saturday school and sit down and do your homework. It's doing enrichment things, and it then can trigger into students wanting to come to school even more.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because for the first time in the last year and a half since the superintendent has been here, some of the Saturday school programs have been piloted at our most disadvantaged schools. And we've seen a gain for ADA, but we've also seen, more importantly, a gain for student achievement. And so it is a wonderful strategy, and I hope you'll encourage us to employ it more. Member Morowski.
So one thing I have been wondering about is, are there real evidence-based ways that districts can address chronic absenteeism and increase enrollment?
Yes, I mean, there's different strategies based upon the type of students. I'm not an expert on it off all the top of my head, but I think you work with the same company that I'm familiar with, and I'm not remembering their name off the top of my head, but I've worked with 2 different companies, and there's different strategies, you know, for the students who are just starting to get absent, that you try to do that. You can use different ways of sending letters and emails to parents, to make sure that they know how important it is to come to school. I mean, there's several different strategies. I think we could have a whole work session just on something like that.
And those have been proven effective at addressing?
Yes.
Okay, okay. And so that
I mean,
should be easy to project.
Member Morowski, if I can ask Mr. Husher to come over and just talk a little bit about the effort that we're using now, just very briefly, and then we can send a BC with more of those details as well.
And I thank you, because I ask because it does seem like it's a significant gap between ADA and enrollment, and I don't know that it's changed in spite of the efforts.
Hi, good evening. So there are a lot of things we're doing with our Be Here campaign. I think primarily you all know about the In Class Today efforts. Is that true? So we've worked with In Class Today. They send basically 7,000 enrollment letters to 5,000 students 5 times over the year. And there's a positive correlation between kids that get those letters and their attendance. Basically, you can reduce chronic absenteeism by about 15%. So we'll run the data at the end of the year to see actually what those numbers look like. But from the random control studies, they're very positive in other communities.
Mr. Husher, if you can just speak to how we're trying to recover ADA through Saturday programming as well.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah, and so we're also proud of that this year. We've got 13 schools participating. We're setting a target next year of 20 schools, but we're seeing greater numbers of kids participate. We're also seeing greater monies generated. It is one of the areas where we can generate money during a budget deficit. So we're excited about that. And the schools that have started it this year are very encouraged by the results they're seeing.
Okay.
And this is one area where, as well, City Year, which is at many of our highest poverty school sites, they actually take on the work of calling students when they don't show up at a school site to help get them there, and it's been quite helpful at those schools.
Okay. So should we expect to see that gap narrow?
So
4.5 is still not great.
So we can certainly share some more information through the board communication, but we have 20 schools part of a grant this year, and we're seeing significant reductions in their chronic absenteeism at those schools. So there's a lot of, the question was asked, are there research-based, evidence-based practices? There's a huge number of things, whether it's phone calls home, whether it's mentoring, whether it's check-in, check-out, a lot of research-based strategies we are implementing at those schools. We just had a meeting today with several principals to really talk about the growth they're seeing and to do some problem solving together. But at those grant schools, we think we'll see good gains, and we really do need to talk about it. You know, at $57 a day, at minimum, we get when a student is present, there's basically about $9 million that can go off the table a year in lost ADA. And of course, we want kids there to learn, but the money just can float away. If you just nip it in the bud a little bit, you generate lots of money back.
And the gains in academic achievement.
Absolutely, that's the most important thing, right?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we'll move on now to our staffing of schools. So I wanted to give you a picture of a typical elementary, middle, and high school. Not covering every single type of school that you have, and I did kind of squeeze the K-8s here into the elementary just so that you would get a feel for the additional support that is given at the school sites. So starting off with the most important thing, we have our classroom teachers, and we have our collective bargaining agreement where we're wanting to make sure that we're adhering to 1 to 24 in our TK through 3, 4 through 6 at 1 to 33, and at 7-8, 1 to 31. That we also provide as an additional teachers, we have some stipends for assessment coordinators and head teachers. We provide prep time for teachers, and at the K-8, they are given librarian. This is one place where your district has take advantage of supplemental and concentration. The librarian is an example of one where what you're saying is, you know, if we did not have the supplemental and concentration funds, we would not have a librarian. So that you need to decide what is your basic function, and then from there you can add on resources from either supplemental and concentration or Title I, ensuring that you're not supplanting in any way with schools who are not a non-Title I. At your K-8s, you have counselors either a 0.8 to 1.20, depending upon the number of students. Again, this is adhering to the collective bargaining agreement, and there are stipulations on if more students are served with a little bit additional monies coming to the counselors there too of time. In the safety area, you have the noontime and breakfast duty for the schools that are offering breakfast, and at the K-8s, you have a campus monitor. And at the elementary level, for custodial care on keeping the campuses clean, you have your school plant operations manager and a custodian. The clerical support is an office manager, and again, depending upon the enrollment, you'll have other clerical of 3.5 to 8 hours. And the healthcare professionals, this is your nurses, and at the elementary level, there's 12.8 FTE for all of the elementary and K-8 schools, and they do that based upon student needs and working with the IEP and any health specific needs that the student may have. And then the site leadership, you have a principal, and then depending upon enrollment, an assistant principal if you're over 700 or more, and then a 1.0 800. Moving on to the middle schools, again, they staff at 1 teacher for every 31 students. Again, here, some additional teachers, again, provided through supplemental and concentration funds are the librarian and the music teachers. The counselors, one counselor to 3.2, depending again upon the amount of students at the school site. Again, this is a place where the district has set a baseline for the counselors is 1, and anything over that is supplemental and concentration. Again, an example of when you establish staffing parameters, how you can utilize other resources to assist and enhance the environment at the school site. Campus monitor, anywhere from 1 to 2 FTE, again, depending upon enrollment. Custodial care, you have your school plant operations manager and 2 custodians. Clerical, office manager and other clerical, 3 to 4 FTE. At the middle school level, there are 2.27 FTE at the middle schools for 4A, and I added in the 712 just so you could see that. I should say that this is one place where I think I mentioned a little bit earlier, there are some schools who do buy nurses. I am not showing those FTEs here. I am showing you the baseline need that the district is providing to the school sites. And then lastly, your site leadership principal and an assistant principal at the middle school level.
Board Member Morawski.
Thank you. Just to clarify, is the counselor also the baseline?
One counselor is baseline.
One counselor is
If they have
baseline.
more than one, then that's supplemental and concentration. And again, it's based upon enrollment.
Okay, okay. So when you're showing us the middle school staffing, for instance, this chart, that's not just the baseline then?
No, I wanted to give you an image, so that's why I'm talking
okay.
verbally about. I'm showing you places
I
where
see,
you're
okay.
where you have a staffing parameter that's baseline, and then I'm talking specifically when I mention the supplemental concentration. That is an example of where, and a counselor is 1.
Okay, and so for librarian or music teacher, is that also a school site decision?
That is the district is using supplemental and concentration funds to provide those to the school sites.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Thank you. I think that was a good question because I had told you that school sites can do staff, and so you might have gotten confused. What I'm showing you here is what the district provides to the school sites. School sites might add on more with the monies that they have, but this is what the district is providing to the schools.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Canfield, can I ask you a question as well? I know this comes up on each of the various slides that we're looking at around staffing ratios, and this has been a recent conversation around, the desire to see a class size reduction further than class size reduction that we had previously had. To what extent are we meeting the average ratios that you talked about, and how do they compare to neighboring districts?
So good question. I don't have all the information off the top of my head. I know that we're complying and we're better than the staffing parameters that are shown there, when you look at the actual class size, but I would need to get that information for you. And then for comparisons to other school districts, again, I would need to do that. And so that's another thing that we'll write down, and Gloria is writing all this down for me, so we won't forget anything. So I don't want to break any promises.
No, I do believe I have seen some slides on that, and I think once again that would be a wonderful thing to be able to post for the public, since it came up with several of the parents who spoke this evening.
Next, at the high school level, grades 9 through 12 was 1 to 32. There also is some other factors that I wanted to make sure that the board and the public were aware. There's a maximum of 35 students in our core classes. That's English, math, science, and social studies. And there also is a little bit more of a definition of the maximum number of students that they can have in a day. This is, again, to ensure that we're utilizing our teachers equitably so that you don't have one teacher that maybe has all the small AP classes and another one that has all the huge, general math classes. So it actually is a good thing to try to treat all of our teachers equitably. Additional teachers, again, a librarian and an SLC teacher at the comprehensive. Counselors, again, a baseline of the 1.0 for a counselor, and then additional counselors are provided through supplemental and concentration, so it's anywhere from 2.2 FTE to 6.5, again, depending upon the size of the school. On safety, you have the campus monitors at 1.0 FTE to 5 over 5 FTE. On the custodial, again, with larger campuses, you're going to have more. The school plant operation manager and custodians of 1 to 5. Obviously, the 1 is a very small high school, but I wanted to make sure you had the range. Clerical, you have office manager anywhere, and the other clerical is 3.5 to 10 FTE. Healthcare professionals, there's 3.66 FTE serve the high schools, and I did include the continuation school in there too. And then site leadership, a principal and an assistant principal. I didn't want to go away with not mentioning special education. Again, I do think that special education deserves more than what I'm saying here tonight, but I wanted to make sure that people knew the staffing ratios that we have for our special education classrooms. Elementary, mild and moderate is 1 teacher for every 15 students. For moderate severe, it's 1 to 13, and at the secondary level, mild to moderate is 1 to 16. Secondary, moderate severe is 1 to 13, and then the resource specialist program is 1 to 28. That's a state standard. I think it's also in the CBA, but the other ones definitely are in the CBA. Wanted to make sure everyone knew that too. Those are our collective bargaining agreement. The next slide is an important slide to show the support that the district is prioritizing towards our school sites. The staffing for the schools happened back in February, utilizing the projected enrollment numbers. Your academic team, your human resources team, and budget team all were in the same room, utilizing the projected enrollment and staffing parameters, determined what the baseline teachers would be at the individual schools and the prep time, everything to adhere to the collective bargaining agreement. But then they also went further and they evaluated individual needs of the schools because sometimes kids don't come in neat little packages, sometimes certain programs require some additional resources. And so what you have here is examples of different kinds of reasons why additional staff was provided at a school site: dual immersion, Waldorf, GATE, CTE, and then the CPA is the California Partnership Academy. And then on school types, K-8s, we're given some additional staff because it's hard to usually have the middle school needs a little bit more help to ensure that they can cover all the different subject matters appropriately. Continuation in small high schools, again, to ensure that they're covering everything that way. So these additional teachers are funded either through the LCFF supplemental concentration or Title I. Your staff will continue to monitor the enrollment of all of your schools, and then in the fall, based upon actual enrollment that is there, they will adjust accordingly.
Do we have staffing documents for each of our sites?
Yes.
How can I get access to that? Because I'm curious to kind of see Area 5, our neighborhoods.
We can make them available to everyone.
Okay. And then the second question I is, do we do adjustment to our district department based on our one-stop at the site level? I'm just curious to know if that's something that we do at the district level.
So I do know that the departments went through one stop. Gloria, do you want to add any information about that?
This was our first year bringing all the departments into a one-stop process.
Okay. Similar with what you all presented today regarding the school site, I would also like the information on district departments, if that's possible as well. Just because we do the one-stop staffing for the school site, I know that it plays a role in terms of our adjustment at the district level, so I would like to see those documents if possible.
Okay.
Okay.
Next, we're going to move on to the school site allocations. So I should have prefaced this whole presentation with what I'm presenting to you is nothing new that the district has not done in prior years. This is the staffing level that you have done for the current year, and I'm not sure how many years before. And so the allocations that you're seeing in front of you again are just replicating what has been done before. And I'm sorry I didn't say that before, but I'm glad I thought of it now to say it. So on the school site allocations, the district has prioritized LCFF dollars to give the schools $9.8 million. And in Title I, again, this would only be at the Title I schools, $9 million. From unrestricted funds, the district provides instructional supplies estimated to be $2.5 million, depending upon the types of students that are being served. At the elementary level, it's $51 for every elementary student, $56 for middle, and $86 for high school. And then on the athletic, academic, and extracurricular, that level of funding for the current year is 2.1 also.
Oh, excuse me. Lisa?
Thank you. On the additional, on the recommended allocations or whatever what the allocations are, is that just the dollars left over after all the basic needs are met, or how were those numbers decided upon for last year?
So this is the same that has been. I'm not sure how to address that question. So I would say the district has prioritized these funds to give to the schools at that level instead of doing something else.
Okay.
They've been at the same level for a while.
Mhm.
So not sure what else to add to that one right now.
Okay. Thank you.
And this
Wait,
is the
wait,
supplemental.
wait,
Sorry. My apologies.
Leticia.
Oh, yes, thank you. I also had a similar question in terms of, we get a lot, the district gets a lot in LCFF dollars and supplemental and concentration dollars. So I just was curious to know why school sites get 9.8 million. So I'm just not sure. Anyway, so if we can have some information about that. And
I will
if it-
do my best to talk to the people in the know here to see what decisions have been made to get back to you on that.
Yes, no, that's fine. And then as our, the district's allocation has increased over the years, interested to know how that has increased over the years as well.
Okay.
And the same thing for Title I. And just to understand how it trickles all the way down to the school site level. And then wondering for Title I dollars, if school sites don't spend all their dollars, whether it's Title I or S&C dollars, what happens to those funds? Do they go back up to the central office and then get rolled back down to the school sites the following year? So just wondering what happens to unspent Title I dollars.
So what I understand is that 10% of the funds that are not spent will go back to the schools if they don't spend it. They're not required to do that. The district could capture it and then redistribute, to all of your Title I schools, but the current practice is to allow them to have 10%.
So to reserve.
I'm getting a nod, so.
Okay, so to hold on to 10%, and anything above 10% goes back up to the central office.
Yeah, you're
okay.
right, but it would probably be redistributed, not just kept centrally.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So, yes, so that's what I'm interested in, as we probably see student populations move from school to school, so making sure that those dollars are following the students wherever they're going, right? As those student demographics change at different school sites, so, thank you. Board Member Bang?
I'm good. Member Garcia asked.
Okay, great. Moving on.
Okay, next I wanted to give you an update on what's happening. There was a big, long list of items that were presented at the April 4th board meeting, and we are currently doing our best to, understand the impact of any of those, because while you can look at it from one perspective, from like dollars, that doesn't mean that's the only thing you should be looking at. And I'm saying that because, yes, I really care about the bottom line, but it also is important to understand, is that truly the bottom line when you just see the dollars? And so I'll just, I've listed 3 here just for examples, and I'm not necessarily maybe even giving all the arguments one way or another. It's just to give you an idea. So athletics, if that was to be eliminated, yes, that would save around $3 million. Well, it affects more than 22,000 students, and most students probably come to school because they want to do something, at the school, and athletics is probably a big part. So yeah, if you were to eliminate athletics, I think you definitely would see an impact of students choosing to go to another school district, so, that's one that is really a heart one to even think about. And obviously you could do it to different degrees. You could choose to maybe not do all athletics, but again, there's still going to be an impact of some type. So when we're looking at these things, why we can tell you dollars, it's not necessarily the only thing that should be looked at. The enrollment center, actually I thought the enrollment center was really kind of an interesting concept. I hadn't seen that before. The idea of a parent being able to come to one place and get, all their students enrolled and get their immunizations and get their testing for their English learners, students. I mean, it's a really awesome thing that I think that you guys have. And so it's a cost of around $2 million, and there's around 15 people there. So you would need to understand what is the impact. Yeah, you could move there was 5 people that were moved from high schools to the enrollment centers when it was created. You could move them back, but you need to think about too, how hard is it going to be, and you're still going to need to provide the services for the testing of the English learners and immunizations. So you're still going to need to do something. So that is an example of something that you need to look at. And I hope this is just giving you an idea. I'm not saying that this is everything, but and then on GATE, when I looked at the slide for GATE, it did say the number of teachers, and I think it might have been like 70-some teachers or whatever, and I don't think you were thinking of eliminating 70 teachers, because if you eliminated 70 GATE teachers, you're going to need to replace them with some other kind of teacher, because they are definitely doing a service. So I thought that maybe you were thinking more along the lines of actually eliminating the central GATE office and then making someone else do the work that the GATE office is doing. So there's about 1.2 million there and 2.8 FTE. They do a lot of the assessments for the GATE students, which I don't know that the district would want to say they're not going to test for GATE. So you can see that those are things that we're looking at, and we're definitely looking at more. I'm going to take this opportunity to just talk a little bit about we're focusing on really large things. I was brought in to help with the third interim, which you will be seeing on May 16th, and we're doing our darndest to look at any of the unspent monies that are in the restricted funds to see if there's some appropriate expenditures that can be moved over there. We're also looking at any of your current expenses that may not be defined as supplemental and concentration because you don't recognize that you are doing something more than another school district is doing. And so we're just looking at everything. We really are. When we come to you on May 16th, we'll have the best information that we have at the time. Will it have every single answer that we could have possibly done? Probably not, because we don't have all the time in the world to do everything, but we will give you the best information that we have, at that time. Why don't you go ahead and go to the next slide? Oh, you did. All right, so this is just giving you a little bit of a flavor of the different presentations that we do have planned. I've mentioned, so yep, today and then May 16th, we'll have the third interim, and if we can squeeze in some other information of another big area or two to give you a flavor for that, we'll try our darndest to do that. And then you'll have the public hearing for the LCAP and the budget. And notice the order, it's LCAP, then the budget, because the LCAP actually drives the budget. And then the adoption is June 20th. for both the LCAP and the budget.
And I think we have a question from Board Member Garcia.
Yes, on the previous slide, you mentioned gate. So, are we looking at efficiencies within I guess it's a department, or is it a unit? What division?
So this would, I personally haven't talked to the people that are involved in the gate office, and I'd love to talk with them to see what they would explore if this was going to be changed, who could do what, so in that sense, yes, but we are exploring, what should we do, on all of those different options and trying to think through the ramifications of any change.
Right, and I'm just wondering, are we also having the conversations about talking with the people in these areas in terms of finding internal efficiencies or streamlining? I don't know if, for example, the assessments. I think in first grade, they're paper-based assessments. Wondering if there's a difference in cost between paper and computer. So I just don't know if we're exploring all avenues before we completely eliminate an office at the central office, because it's just 2.8, right, FTEs. And so I guess I just want to make sure that we explore everything in order to give all kids the opportunity to have access to test for GATE.
Okay, I think Ms. Taylor has an answer for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, I mean, you're exactly on the right track of some of the things that we're exploring. So looking at computer-based assessments versus paper-based assessments to see if there's any cost savings there. As you noted, it's a 2.8 member team currently, and most of the funding is going into either the assessments. We've even are looking at different models of professional learning, maybe more online versus face-to-face, just to explore what are some other options out there to streamline the services.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear you're having all those conversations.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm done.
Oh, wonderful. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have 5 public comments from Cecile Nunley, Carl Pinkston, Lamaya Coleman, Liz Guillen, and Maria Rodriguez.
Thank you, Ms. Canfield. Ms. Nunley?
Good evening again. Thank you so much, and I really like this presentation. This is one of the better presentations on your budget that I've seen. It gives a lot more detail and a lot of information. And actually from, what was it, slide number 7, where it talked about the enrollment trend, I felt like I had to just air my insecurities and say, I told you so, because that enrollment and those ADAs are so important.
Yes.
How the kids are showing up. I know that's been one of my pet peeves, and I keep coming here every month and saying the same thing, which I will tonight later on too, but it really is so important. Hearing about your staffing needs, that was great, going through everything. All of those pieces are so important. And so it was so great to hear all of this information now. The one thing that I would say, and it is still a little disappointing, is this gives a lot of facts, a lot of the backup, and a lot of the support for what you need to do and moving forward. However, we're still not quite hearing what the plan is. And that is still concerning, because I think the plan is going to be very drastic. And I think we need to start getting that information out there now, because it is going to be very drastic. And you can't keep relying on, well, if so-and-so does this, you can't rely on that. You have to say, this is what we know, this is what we have.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nunley. Mr. Pinkston?
Good evening. My name is Carl Pinkston with the Black Parallel School Board. I like this graph too. Although there's a couple of things that and I know Darrell Wu, who was around during the time of the economic crisis. If we go back, and if you can create a graph that goes back to 2010, it would show that it was our peak year of enrollment and ADA. When we went through the crisis, we did a couple of things wrong. We closed, we cut, we did a number of different things where a number of the students went to charter schools, and we disproportionately authorized too many charter schools where a number of students went to. So, and since then, we've been on a downward slope. Part of that the other thing is the difference between the enrollment and the trend is that Center for Regional Change did an analysis in this district around absentee rate.
Yes.
And one of the things that they noticed, it was high for pre-K and kindergarten to first grade, and then there's a peak when it gets into high school. Those are your two cohorts that you have to work on and have two different strategies. I did like the presentation. It was most interesting. But the last thing is, there's a disconnect between a discussion about administration and central administration. And I think there's what people are understanding administration, which includes central administration, support staff, that she had the other graph that shows, as well as school site administrators. We need to combine all those together to get a complete picture of all the administrators in relationship to other districts. So not just central office administrators, but all the administrators as a part of that.
Thank you, Mr. Pixton. And I know we have had those charts in the past with the total number of administrators, but I appreciate that.
Good evening. My name is Lamaya Coleman. I'm a sub in the district, a parent in the district, and a volunteer with SAC ACT. It wasn't directly addressed here, and as unions talked about, we need to be looking at a plan. And when we are looking at that plan and we are looking at deep cuts, I really urge you guys to make sure those cuts are equitable and that they don't disproportionately affect, especially kids who can afford it least and adults who can afford it least. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
So again, I'm Maria Rodriguez. I didn't have a chance to explain that I am the mom of a SCUSD graduate from JFK. He's at Sac State, and he's already doing a student internship at Caltrans. And I have a junior at JFK, and I am extremely happy with the teachers in the school district and principals. I value the school district, which is why I'm still here. I don't like this graph. It's the same reason I didn't like this graph in 2010. It's truncated. 32,000 is the baseline. The baseline should be 0. It looks a lot steeper than it needs to. Like I said, it's that way in 2010. It makes a point, but I would suggest that be adjusted. At the beginning of this meeting, I heard SCTA President Fisher propose the option of a bond measure. I'm opposed to bond measures. I have some questions that I will leave if you can answer them at your convenience. But it's my understanding that bond measures only support capital projects, so that does not help us with the issues of salaries. It's my understanding that we are liable, the school district is liable for the interest on bond measures, which I'm wondering if that goes into the operating budget, which then increases our indebtedness in the future. I also just am opposed to them because I don't believe in being in debt. I'm opposed to them because I think that the big businesses make money off of the interest, and I guess that's all I have to say at this moment. It was a good presentation. I appreciate the discussion. I feel like this is deja vu. I came here because years ago, because music was at risk. Year-round school was at risk, music was at risk, custodians was at risk, and the hill I died on was when the school district closed 7 neighborhood schools. That killed me, but Washington reopened, and there's only 3 of us still standing, Darrell Wu, Christina Pritchett, and me.
Thank you. Ms. Guillen.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar. I'm Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I commend the presentation, and it is really more transparent than I've seen. It's really amazing, and it breaks my heart that we didn't have this when LCFF first started, because it was really helpful to understand what is baseline and what is an increase or an improvement. And it really was difficult to see that at the beginning. It continues to be a little difficult too, despite some real improvements. It's really frustrating, this process, because we didn't know what was going to be presented. I'm not really prepared, but I have a lot of information. And because we've been working so closely for so many years on LCFF about why and when did it start and how much is it. At least information that was shared with me when I asked some of those same questions. So I hope to be able to help us all get on the same page about the history. I do want to underscore, though, the impact analysis is already built into the LCAP process. You're supposed to use supplemental and concentration dollars to increase or improve services, and that they have to be principally directed for the students who generated them and effective. So maybe that's your efficiency piece, I'm not sure, but effective. And as Ms. Canfield was talking about, there are lots of different ways to think about effectiveness. But there are other ways too, like if stuff isn't working, stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guillen. Do we have any other public comments on this item? Thank you so much to both of you, in particular Ms. Canfield, for all of the difficult work you've been putting in. We very much appreciate having you here in the district.
Thank you.
Oh, do we have, so we have 2 board member comments after the presentation now? Okay, you have 2 additional comments? We're going to take 2 more comments. I'm sorry, Ms. Canfield, I thought we were doing the comments during the presentation this time. I didn't realize we were doing more after public comment.
That's fine. Sorry, thanks. I just wanted to take the opportunity quickly to commend you on the transparency. I really did appreciate it as well. I think it was much easier to understand this presentation than a lot of the budget presentations we've seen. And I look forward to, continually improving that so we can have a better communication, to us and to our community. Also, just on the issue of the budgetary impact analysis and the cuts that are being considered, I'm really glad that we are doing that deep analysis. I think it's very late in the game, and I wish we were a lot further ahead on looking at the flexibilities. I've been asking for quite a while, and I don't think those answers can come soon enough. So I really appreciate the creativity that you're putting into looking at, can we shift from restricted funds, from unrestricted funds to restricted, and all of those things. I mean, I think budgeting is, it's not a science only. I mean, there's a lot of technical aspects to it, but it is a creative art as well. So I just appreciate you and all of the different ways you're slicing and dicing to help us figure this out.
And just know it's not just one person, because we're meeting and several people are talking and we're working together to come up with the creative solutions.
Yes. So I appreciate the entire team.
Okay.
Thank you.
Board Member Garcia?
I also wanted to take the opportunity and thank you for certainly presenting a lot more information that many of us had been asking for. So thank you. In a very digestible and simple manner. So I appreciate that, and certainly would hope that a lot more information comes in the same manner, and also making it very public on the district's website, right? Our community needs to know that a lot of this work is happening, And they just want to see something on our website. We're working on it. They need to know that, as simple, without numbers, without data, so that we don't have to validate all that. But they just need to know that you're working really hard to come up with a solution. And I can't underscore that enough. Also have the same sentiment as Board Member Morowski in terms of our timeline. It's just, we're so close to June 20th. It's been very frustrating. I'm very anxious to get something that has a lot more information. I am ready to vote on something that, although it's going to be difficult, I just want to move on to the next conversation about how we're going to reinvest in our classrooms. And as our parents here tonight reminded us, they know what's coming, and they're ready. They're ready to take it. They know it's going to be cuts. They know it's going to be painful, but we just have to move on. And I don't know what the third interim is going to show. Is it just another progress sort of from second interim to third interim? Or when are we going to finally see a proposal? And if you can just maybe talk a little bit more about when we can see something, when the community can see something, so they know what's coming, with or without all our labor partners coming to the table. We just need to move. Thank you.
All right, so we are working with the county office. Well, first let me say, doing a third interim is additional work when you're actually developing the budget for the 1920 year. So a lot of time, extra time is being done by the same staff that are developing the budget and having to talk with multiple people because everybody wants to know what's going on. So it is kind of a little bit of a stressful time. And the May 16th is coming sooner than what I think we're ready for, because of all the work and we take great pride in our work, so it takes time to make sure that you've, dotted those I's and crossed those T's and you didn't forget to do something, so why I know the public wants to have the information early, I would not expect anything until May 10th. And truly, we need all that time we can to make sure that we're giving you the best information. So the third interim is going to be the best information that we have at the time. But think of the timing of this. The governor's budget's coming out May 14th.
Yeah.
So
very difficult.
So we're not going to have that information. I actually debated upon, honestly, of asking the permission of having it be May 23rd, just so we would have a little bit of time to be able to get the May revise in. But we also want to get it done so we can get the budget done too, so it's kind of a quandary. But anyway, so it is going to be the best information we have at the time. I thought from a historical point of view, because the board has done different actions already towards the solution. I realize that you want to hear new solutions, but I think it's the time that the public and the board need to see what has been done this year, to try to help balance the budget. And then we'll talk about the differences between the second interim and the third interim and what assumptions are in there. And at that time, if we're giving it on May 16th, we'll do our best to talk about what's not in there from what we learned from the governor's budget, on May 14th. We may not have all the detail at that time, but, for example, I don't know if you saw, but the revenues have gone up quite a bit, and made up for some past times where the revenue wasn't meeting the target at the Capitol. So what does that mean for the schools? Are we going to get more than COLA when they're saying COLA has gone down a little bit? So the special ed proposal that was out there, if that comes through at any way, that means lots of money for Sacramento Unified as it was proposed in January. So we'll know a lot more after May 14th what we're looking at. But what you'll see on third interim will be based upon information, before then. And we'll be showing you what it looks like at that time. Will it have all the solutions in there? Probably not. Will it give you an idea of what you might be facing to have to make the adjustments? And the 35 million, what did it turn into? Yes, we'll do that for you.
So just a follow-up question and then comment. It makes me nervous to hear that we're really relying on the May revise, because it's just a revision to the governor's January proposal. There's an entire budget process that takes place that involves other partners, especially around special education. Maybe the governor's proposal does benefit Sac City in a really impactful way in bringing in additional revenue. But there are other two proposals out there, and at the end of the day, it's going to be an agreement between all of that. So, it makes me nervous to see something come before us that is heavily dependent on something that's still not finalized. The legislature has to pass a budget, adopt a budget, send it to the governor by June 15th. And that's just 5 days before we're going to vote on something, right? And then the governor has until June 30th to sign that budget. So I just want to be more cautious than that because there's so many changes that can happen. And at the end of the day, we need to adopt something. And if it's something that is more positive for Sac City after the budget is finalized, then that's good news for us starting July 1st. But I think what we need to adopt on June 20th has to be realistic.
So maybe I misled you, but we get guidelines on the assumptions that we should use for the budget, and they come through the county office. I'm not saying that the school district should deviate from any of those guidelines that the county office would provide. So this is the first budget for this governor, so we don't know what kind of pull he has compared to Governor Brown. When he did something, you pretty much knew that's what you were going to get. We will use the guidance that comes through the county office on our assumptions.
Ms. Canfield, and if I should have asked you this, but if you can go beyond June 20th and just remind the board of the sort of the additional days that we have beyond June 30th to come back and the 45 days to...
Oh, you mean to do a revised budget? Yeah, so after the budget is finalized, any of the assumptions that are significantly different than where the adopted budget assumed, we would come back to the board and then acknowledge those new items that got finalized from the budget being adopted.
And you have up to 45 days to do that?
Correct, 45 days.
Okay, that's helpful. So potentially we would have to do a board meeting in July, which traditionally we don't do, but it would be absolutely
45
something
days,
that's
you can
possible.
get into August a little bit.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you, I appreciate it. So we're going to move on to the next item, item 9.2, which is the Local Control Accountability Plan. I do want to say before we have you come up, since we usually are choosing an either board members will ask questions during the presentations or they will wait till after public comment. But this time we did both, so we're going to go back for these next two items to holding all board member questions until after public comment, since we're nearing the 10 o'clock hour. And I want to, for parents and students who've stayed, thank you so much. We appreciate the lateness of the hour. This has been a critical conversation. And for all of the parents who said this was their first board meeting or one of their first board meetings, we highly encourage you to continue attending. It's going to be extremely important, at minimum, through the budget adoption in June.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I work as our Chief of Accountability and Continuous Improvement. I'm joined tonight with our coordinator of SIPSA and LCAP, Kathy Morrison, who actually will be introducing some of our stakeholders who've been with us in helping us shape a more engaged process in terms of our LCAP development. Really, the purpose of tonight's presentation, and it's intentionally, of course, following the budget presentation, is that the LCAP really becomes an opportunity for us to reflect our strategic decision-making as a district. Though, of course, as Ms. Canfield spoke to it, as the budget is still forming, we're still in the process now of forming the LCAP. And so tonight we'll more emphasize efforts made to show how we're really resolving the FCMAT finding around connections between budget and LCAP. And so we'll talk more intentionally about ways that we've improved and enhanced stakeholder engagement, particularly with students. We'll speak to how the LCAP is really becoming a more than a standalone strategic process, but really integrated with the SIPSA process and also our budgeting process. And so tonight we'll really be setting up future conversations because there will be a LCAP PAC presentation actually on May 16th. Well, they'll share with you directly their priorities and recommendations. And then, of course, you already know through Ms. Canfield's presentation, we'll have the public hearing on June 6th and then the approval of the LCAP on June 20th. With that, I am going to try and accelerate this opening portion because many of these slides you've seen previously, they speak to the aspiration that we have as a system. And so I'm going to actually go through them relatively quickly so you can hear about the new work and really the engagement work that I know many of you have asked us to do over the last several months. You know, ultimately, as we think about the LCAP, it really is meant to be a manifestation of the guiding principle. And so as you see the finalization of the LCAP over the next several board meetings, you'll see in terms of the strategic priorities of the LCAP PAC, a lot of them do speak to issues of equity in our system, speak to issues of equality for our students. Many of you already know this in terms of the goals of the LCAP, which are far-reaching and really important in terms of obviously goal 1 being the work that we see in our classrooms every day, goal 2 speaking to the notions of conditions of safety, goal 3 being the nature of connections with families, and of course, goal 4 being just, does the system work well in terms of operational excellence? This just provides a perspective in terms of the timing. Obviously, we seek guidance from SCOE in terms of the appropriate timing for many steps in the LCAP process, and you can see, as you would expect, May and June are pretty heavy months. And so we're in the midst of the creation of the LCAP in terms of the dollarization of the initiatives, and this, of course, will involve very tight work with our budget team, and we look forward to showing you how that work is coming to life over the next few board meetings. This slide is simply meant to show how the LCAP isn't really a standalone initiative, even from the state of California perspective, in which it really has become now really integrated as a way to show district initiatives, and in this context, show how we're prioritizing based on student outcomes. And so ultimately, whether you're looking at it through the lens of differentiated assistance, which is year 2 for the district to be a part of that, or through some of the ways in which we're filling out our site plans, which speaks to the CSI and ATSI frameworks that we've talked about, and then really this notion of the LCAP being one way to show improvement in action. And so we talk a lot about, you know, seeing the system. We talk a lot about this notion of wanting to change conditions in the present for students. Our LCAP is really meant to be a manifestation of that. And again, I'll go through this really quickly. I'm actually going to click through everything because you've now seen this slide now several times. But as we think about resolving one of the most important FCMAT findings in terms of this disconnect between the LCAP and budget, our goal is to really make this more plain in terms of showing how site planning ties to district planning, which then our budget reflects our priorities. And so our budget conversations become about the priorities of the district, not simply about the numbers in the budget itself. And this is just one of the ways that we're making it come to life, where we've asked sites to think carefully about, as they're staffing, not just who are they staffing, as you saw from Ms. Canfield's presentation, but how are staff members driving accountability measures in terms of our state dashboard. You can see across, we have various components of the California dashboard listed, from chronic absenteeism, ELA, math, et cetera. So again, as we think about this integration, this is the big initiative for us. We're going to continue to show you how we're making progress on this. We've already had several meetings throughout the school year. We're looking forward to, as a central office, really bringing to life this notion of SIPSAs and LCAPs being tightly integrated and actually demonstrating that through conversations with you and the board. With that, I'm going to turn the conversation over to Kathy Morrison, and she'll take you through the balance.
Thank you. So tonight, we wanted to point out that we are providing a draft of a new section of the LCAP. It's called the Budget Overview for Parents, and it is a state template. We just populate with some numbers and some prompts. It is going to be the cover to the LCAP going forward. And the view is that the pie chart on the left shows all funds. The pie chart on the right shows our LCFF portion, the state funds, with the small pie indicating the amount we receive for supplemental and concentration funds. And we do collaborate with our fiscal services staff to put this together. And we will work as well on having it translated. So this slide reiterates, I think, a lot of what you've heard already. It also aligns with the draft of the budget overview for parents. These are the projections for 2019 to 20. So as Mr. Harris said, we're going to talk tonight about stakeholder engagement and some shifts that we've made. And the quote that we found tonight is really one that I try to take to heart, that we are communicating clearly and that we have our community behind us advocating for support for our students. So student engagement is very important in the LCAP process. We typically can reach adults much more easily. This year, we implemented 2 important changes to our typical engagement process with students. One was the addition of a student intern from the Met who has been working with me 2 days a week throughout the year. He has done research, he's done writing, he's provided feedback on some of the language that we put out in our presentations, and he helped to design some presentations for LCAP student focus groups that I provided. Another change you'll hear about in a moment is a partnership with the California Endowment and our Youth Development and Student Advisory Council, who conducted a youth participatory action research project. So briefly, I won't go into a lot of detail, but my intern helped draft the questions for these focus groups at our high schools. One goal of the focus group was hearing from students, but another goal was to check how effective the presentations were, whether they understood the presentation and how engaged they were at the end. So we used a QR code at the end. Students took a brief survey on a Google form, and this is preliminary data, and I will definitely share more later. So I would like now to introduce Student Advisory Council members, Juliana Cromines and Aljon Lofton, who will start to tell you about the YPAR project.
Hi, good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. My name is Juliana Cromines, and I'm a sophomore at Sacramento New Technology High School. I'm also a part of the Student Advisory Council. The Student Advisory Council works to represent the voice of the youth, and our goal is to benefit the youth of the Sacramento School District. For the 2018 and 19 school year, we've been coming up with information for LCAP about the most important issues that students face, and we're giving information on how we believe the best ways to combat them would be. To start, we first created and distributed surveys to the students at 8 high schools. These surveys were asking questions revolving around what the biggest issues were that the students face in their schools and what students would like to have changed. 1,200 diverse students in total were surveyed. The Student Advisory Council collected the data that was, coded the data that was collected from the surveys and categorized each issue to see what our main focuses would be as we were what we were recommending to the LCAP. These came out to be sleep deprivation, mental fatigue, racial and gender discrimination in schools, and dress code discrimination. We then held focus groups with 4 different Sacramento district high schools asking questions directed toward these 5 key issues. The amount of students that attended each focus group ranged from 12 to 33 students from multiple different schools. These students were also from varying socioeconomic statuses, races, and genders. After seeing this feedback, the Student Advisory Council did extensive research revolving around the 5 topics. We found out that a lot of the issues we were facing and focusing on linked together, and that the recommendations we'll talk about later are ways to solve more than one of the major issues that the students currently face.
Thank you.
May I start? All right. Good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and the members of the board. My name is Aljon Lofton, and I am a junior at Hiram Johnson High School. Go Warriors. I'm going to give you an overview of the recommendations, and some of my fellow SAC members will go into more detail about them in public comments. We have 3 main recommendations for the LCAP that are based on our research and our interactions with students. 1, hire mental health counselors. 2, create and instate district-wide time management contracts. And 3, mandate teacher, staff, campus monitor, school resource officer, and student training in issues of both race and gender.
So just in terms of next steps, winding down the presentation, we're going to continue, much like as the Budget Office shared with you just moments ago, the development of the LCAP in terms of framing now, not just the recommendations, but of course, dollarizing them. What's important to know is that students actually presented to the LCAP pack on Monday. So they already are pushing in their ideas with exactly the right group of stakeholders in terms of helping shape our LCAP. So know that their voice is not just with you tonight, but also was shared with the LCAP pack on Monday. And then actually on May 16th, the LCAP PAC will be presenting to you their priorities so that you hear from them in terms of some of their strategic thoughts about the district's LCAP as well. We'll be opening up the community survey. And then again, as Ms. Canfield mentioned, we'll have the hearing on June 6th and then the final adoption on June 20th. And with that, we'll close the presentation.
Great. Thank you so much. We're going to take public comment at this time.
Yes, we have 4 public comments. Jason Nguyen, followed by Issa Sheik, Alexis Young, and Liz Guillen.
Just to clarify, Issa couldn't make it, so Al John is taking his talking points.
Thank you.
Hi again, my name is Al John. As you guys know, go Warriors.
Go Warriors.
Yeah. I will be addressing the mental health counselors recommendation. Based on our research and surveys and focus groups, we found an extremely large amount of our students who are experiencing mental distress from internal and external sources. This stress is seriously impacting our students' ability to function in and outside of this classroom. Mental health counselors are proven to be a great resource for students in distress. They serve as a liaison between students, families, and schools. This is addressing the LCAP area for school climate. According to the California LCAP guidelines, having a properly staffed counseling department has shown to have positive effects on the mind of the students within the Sacramento School District, specifically in the areas of lowering the amount of suspensions and expulsions of disproportionately targeted groups.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and other members of the board. My name is Jason Nguyen, and I'm a sophomore at West Campus High School, home of the Mighty Warriors as well. At this time, I will be speaking about the district-wide time management contracts. A time management contract is a paper that will be filled out by high schoolers when they are selecting their classes for the next year. This is an example of a contract right here, if we are able to pull that up.
I don't know how to work this.
I don't think those are made to show on phones, right? Oh.
Oh. Go, Rachel Halvo. Okay. Anyways.
Board member Halbo is brilliant and she can work IT.
Teaching both. The contract essentially would give students the opportunity to understand the workload for the courses that they want to take and how the time commitment, as well as the commitments to their extracurricular activities and the necessary 7 hours of sleep, excuse me, 7 hours of sleep per night will impact their schedules for the next year. The contract would state that there are 160 hours per week, and it gives students to add up the hours that they plan to commit for the next year to allow them to have realistic commitments to what their future will be like. It is not a binding contract, but rather a suggestion of a time commitment that would motivate the students to acknowledge what the time commitments they are signing up for. The amount of students who spoke about sleep deprivation was quite surprising. This is our recommendation to help address the Sacramento students' mental fatigue and school climate. On top of this, our research findings show that many students feel overwhelmed by the amount of schoolwork that they receive in classes, and our survey and focus groups highlighted that the students with multiple commitments like sports and clubs have a hard time balancing their responsibilities. Teachers and students must keep in mind that grades are not the only thing the colleges and workplaces look at. They look at extracurricular activities, among other things. Busy work will not benefit these students in pursuing future educations, which is why we are recommending time management contracts. This will, in turn, could help teachers, parents, and students align their expectations about how much homework that they have, and this can help with their personal and academic commitment better. This management contract would help to improve school climate, and it's a cost-free way to improve the lives of the students. And I think that thinking about the present is important, but thinking about the future will change the outcome of all the students' lives. Thank you for your time and dedication, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, Mr. Minnick, and other members of the board.
Thank you for your excellent recommendations. And do we have any other public comments?
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. My name is Alexis Yang, and I'm a sophomore at the Luther Burbank High School, home of the Titans. I will be talking about our recommendation for teachers, student, school resource officer, staff, and the other campus personnel training in both race and gender issues. It has been proven that teachers who are well-trained in race and racism have the ability to create more inclusive classrooms that engage more students of color. Also, well-trained teachers are able to improve their classroom climate by better understanding of racial dynamics. Despite Title IX, sexism is still prominent in the classroom and at school. Staff members and teachers unknowingly commit acts of sexism and discrimination when they are untrained in how to address issues regarding dress code and girls. According to our research, students are experiencing acts of sexism and discrimination in our classrooms. We strongly suggest that you take this recommendation in order to address the school climate area of the LCAP. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Alex, any further public comments at this time? Any board member comments? Board Member Minnick.
It's not just because I got a shout out. So I just had a few things. One, I really appreciate the presence of the student members, and I appreciate the process that it took to get to a point where we could have kind of authentic student voice in this process. I know we've been talking about it for, a couple years, and this is a large bureaucracy, and it's not built on student voice as much as it should be. And so this is a big shift for us. And I'm really excited that the group we have here working on this is as eloquent and on top of it as you are. This is amazing to have this laid out. So I really appreciate this, and I appreciate all the work that Kathy and everyone did to really move us to this point where we could have authentic student voice in this, and not just as the end result, but even in the process of building it. And I think your attitude and leadership, Kathy, in identifying a mentor or an intern from the Met for you to mentor that could then take this on. So it was not only bringing forward youth voice, but it was youth that was creating the process and the systems to then have this opportunity. I think is a amazing shift for us as an organization. So I really appreciate that. As for the recommendations, I just want to mention a couple of the recommendations because I was really this is my first time really getting a look at this, and I really appreciated well, they were all great. And I know that when I was years ago, I was running a club called My Strength at West Campus long before I was on the board, and the issue around discrimination in dress codes and kids getting dress coded, that, like girls being dress coded more than boys and those kind of things, was a conversation that we had, back then. And so I love that you're identifying the need for professional development so that everyone on campus is aware of those biases and how that impacts kids. So I thought that was really cool. I also want to speak to the time management piece. I think that was really cool. We know that adolescents need more sleep. We go through these stages in life where, as we're like older children, we start needing a little bit less sleep, but then we go through another stage a little bit later, just kind of prior to adulthood, where we need more sleep again, and our rhythms change, and we need to, this is the reason why they were advocating for a later start time through the legislature last year. It didn't happen, but there is a lot of research that shows that kids that adolescents need more sleep, and their timelines for day and night shift a little bit. And so the fact that you identified that as a need in terms of time management, I thought was really important too. And the other things as well, including having mental health counselors more at the ready. And so I just think that in a very nice, concise document, we have some real direction to go with this, and we can use this to move forward in some of our decision making, and know that there was some authentic student input in this and development. So I just really appreciate all the work that you must have all put into it. Jason, too, you guys might not know that his sister sat in Member Halvo's seat last year. And so I am happy that you are following in the tradition of your sister in being an awesome youth advocate and young policymaker. So thank you.
Exciting.
I just have to respond because while I appreciate your comments, the Student Advisory Council worked with our youth development specialist, Mark Carnero, who couldn't be here tonight. So he shares a lot of the credit. And the grant was provided by UC Davis. And in the audience tonight, we have SDOSD alumni from UC Davis, Brandon Louie, who also supported the students.
Wonderful. Board Member Halbo, followed by Board Member Garcia.
First off, I want to apologize for coughing throughout this whole night. I'm getting over a sinus infection and head cold. But I wanted to say a couple things on the recommendations. Obviously, I'm part of SAC, so I was involved in this whole process. And the first is on the training recommendation. Obviously, we understand that particularly for teachers and for most of the people mentioned, those are things that are negotiated. But when we bring forth this recommendation, especially in a place like this that's public, it's essentially a call to those unions and to those people that the students themselves are saying that they want this training. And so, like, going into negotiations, those are things that we think you should be putting into your thoughts when you go into those situations. The second is the time management contract is actually something I heard at CSBA the beginning of the year, and I believe it was Long Beach Unified School District that had them, and I thought it was super cool. And when we talked to other students, especially at West Campus, but we actually saw this on most of our campuses, that a lot of people were talking about sleep deprivation and how they were not getting enough sleep. They could just come to the board meeting and do something productive with all that extra time when they're not sleeping. But I just thought that was something that seemed like a first step towards a solution, because oftentimes sleep deprivation seems like something that districts don't necessarily have access to really change. And so that was like a very low cost solution that we talked a lot about with other students, but especially amongst SAC. And then the last is, once again, with mental health counselors. Obviously, hiring more people, as we've been hearing, is expensive, and it's a difficult time to be talking about hiring. But at the same time, when we recognize Mental Health Awareness Month at the beginning of this meeting, it's really important to understand that a lot of our students feel like they don't get access to the mental health support that they need. And so counselors is, once again, a great option. and is the main reason why we choose to make these recommendations, is because there are things that we hear from the students, and we want to make sure that everyone takes them into consideration when they're, forming the LCAP, forming the budget, things like that, because those should all be student-centered.
Wonderful. Thank you, Board Member Halbo. Board Member Garcia?
I just want to thank you. This is a very powerful document. It's short but powerful. I hear you, and I really appreciate just the 5 major issues, and it's your voice, and that's why we're all here. And as hard as these conversations are going to be in the next few weeks, this is going to be a reminder of what we need to focus on moving ahead. Past budget adoption in June, we need to figure out how to make this happen. And I just want to thank you because it's a very powerful short document.
Thank you, Board Member Garcia. So we're going to close out this item, but I do just want to commend you for being so articulate, and to have such a sophisticated research methodology is incredibly impressive. And I want to ask your permission. I just met with the county today and was asked to submit a 2-page proposal to fund potentially 20 additional mental health positions in the district. And I would love to be able to provide your research, your survey, as a compelling reason why we should be hiring more mental health counselors and social workers, with your permission. Yeah. Okay. And I might ask for some follow-up to bring you in as we try and seal the deal. So, okay, thank you very much. We so appreciate your work. Moving on to item number 9.3, credit recovery. The graduation and A through G update. It's actually a perfect tie. Yeah.
Can we move to extend the meeting?
Yes, let's go ahead and do that since we're just below the witching hour. If I can please get a motion to extend the board meeting to 11. Do we have a second? Second. All those in favor? Okay, aye, none opposed. Thank you.
All right. Well, good evening again, Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris, Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability, and I'm joined this evening by the Principal of SAC Accelerated Academy, Matthew Niblock, and our Director of Guidance and Counseling, Christina Espinosa. We look forward to sharing with you an update on credit recovery, graduation A through G, and equally important, we've got some distinguished guests in terms of hearing student voice again about the important work of credit recovery. I will try to open very quickly in that, we talk a lot about this slide in terms of the core value, the guiding principle. As we opened tonight's board meeting, we saw a video around College Signing Day. And so when we think about what are the things the district does to ensure all students have an equal opportunity to graduate, really credit recovery is one of those opportunities that's available to all students. And so tonight, this presentation is about how do we create opportunities for students to graduate, and then equally important, how do we ensure that if they have an equal opportunity to graduate, then ultimately, we want them to have the greatest number of post-secondary choices, and actually credit recovery is a part of making those conditions come to life. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Principal Niblock, and he'll start taking you into the important work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar, board president. My name is Matt Niblock, and I am the principal over at Sacramento Accelerated Academy, and I'm very honored to be able to speak to you and our community here about our district-wide online credit recovery program, which has become quite robust. So I'm going to give you kind of a background and then get into a little data, and Christina Espinosa will get into some of the nitty-gritty later. And I look forward to introducing you to a couple of our students at Accelerated Academy. Online credit recovery is used throughout the district to meet the critical needs of students who, as a result of many academic and life obstacles, have become behind. Most fundamentally, online credit recovery serves students who are in danger of not graduating from our district. Given this, all 15 high schools throughout the district, including comprehensive and alternative high schools, offer credit recovery to some degree, and many offer many courses. This includes students who are moderately behind and those that are severely behind. Online credit recovery also serves students who are behind in A through G courses, which, as you may know, are the courses required by the CSU and University of California systems. We're fortunate to have access to these wonderful UC Merced tools that we use to identify the students most in need of credit recovery. For students who are most severely deficient in credits toward graduation, Accelerated Academy, our school is able to enroll these students and provide a more comprehensive credit recovery program designed to meet students' significant academic, life, health, and social emotional challenges. And you'll hear a little bit more about that from our students. I just want to touch some of these data points. This chart covers quite a bit, but I'm going to touch, there's a few that I really like to highlight that I think speak to some of the things that I think are most important. In totality, online credit recovery has had a sizable impact on moving credit deficient students back onto a graduation and college-going path. In 2017-18, throughout the district, you can see up there, students were supported in completing 3,978 online credit recovery courses. 2,220 more online courses were completed by students over the summer of 2018 alone in the district ELSP program. This year, 3,065 online courses have been completed. As of April, we're thrilled with our students. This is 21% more completions than at the same point last year. Perhaps the most consequential data point, and the one that I really want to paint a picture for you here, it has to do with our district graduation rate. In 2017, and that's not up there, but I wanted to mention this. In 2017-18, our district raised our graduation rate up to 87.9%, which surpassed the state average of 83.5%. That was obviously an amazing and promising outcome for our students, and it was impacted significantly by online credit recovery. In fact, 23% of all district graduates in 2018 relied on at least one online credit recovery course to graduate. Many of these students took more than one online credit recovery, and the district graduation rate without these students who relied on at least one online credit recovery course would have been 66%. There is a note on the bottom that I want to speak to that speaks specifically to our online curriculum provider, Accelerated Education. We've developed a good relationship with this company. This contract gives us allows us to serve all 15 high schools and allows them to access the full catalog of online courses within every academic discipline necessary for graduation in A through G. The contract is largely based on our online seat usage, and total seat usage is determined by how many students are actually enrolled in a course at the same time. We have negotiated a specific structure with Accelerated Education in which we are able to minimize the cost per seat while serving nearly unlimited accounts of students, since we can freely move students in and out of online seats. The amount of $270,000 was budgeted to cover both the entire online contract to serve all 15 schools, covering all courses, and to cover the amounts needed to pay teachers for any extra periods worked as necessary to offer credit recovery at their schools. We are pleased that we've been able to leverage our strong relationship with Accelerated Education to reduce the cost of our contract by 34% for 2019-20, saving over $90,000.
Great.
In all, the contract has allowed district-wide students to access and complete nearly 9,000 online credit recovery courses since the fall of 2017. Just a little bit of some of the work we've been doing at the district level. We have developed a series of district-wide tools that provide real-time data at the school level and even down to the student level, which are shared weekly with school principals, teachers, counselors, and instructional assistant superintendents. These tools allow staff to quickly identify how their students are doing in online credit recovery and determine when and where interventions are necessary. This is just one tool. I won't bore you with this too much, but I'll give you a few examples. On a weekly basis, schools can obviously see their courses completed. That's actually an average of start dates, so schools can see what's the average date students started in their online courses, and that's critical for setting and meeting deadlines. This is an efficiency metric I won't bore you with, but it allows schools to see how efficient they are being per student. And there's a whole different tool that actually breaks down color-coded student-by-student data of what interventions each kid might need to get them where they need to go to graduate. This is another very specific, it's a daily percentage. This actually tells students exactly the percentage per day of a course they need to finish to complete their course on time. So this gives me an opportunity to move back to Accelerated Academy. This is our credit recovery-based school that serves students that have even more significant academic and other social, emotional, and health needs that have led to credit deficiency. Before I give the floor to an Accelerated Academy teacher I have here, I will share just one significant figure about Accelerated Academy. That is, Accelerated Academy has produced 4,450 credit recovery course completions in 2017-18 and 2018-19 combined. This is just over 70% of all district online course completions within those academic years. With that, I'd like to introduce Ms. Erlinda Villahermosa, who is a teacher at Accelerated many years and is going to add a little context about this particular school.
Thank you.
Good evening. At Accelerated Academy, we serve significantly credit deficient students. Approximately 400 students come in and out of our school every year as we work to catch them up. As teachers, we're able to work with students one-on-one on a more extended periods. In this way, we can act as their teacher, counselor, and even master scheduler. As we get to know them more deeply, we can diagnose their unique academic deficiencies, and together with the students, we develop individualized plans that will put them back on a graduation path. As they are able to become more involved in their academic planning, and so there's a lot of buy-in from our students. This buy-in is also a result of the trust we're able to develop and to build with them as we come to understand and work with the serious life, health, academic, and emotional challenges they're facing. Each year, each online course is ensured to meet A through G standards and match district curriculums. As teachers, we end up being so familiar with the curricular content that we can anticipate student misconceptions and intervene right when necessary. As one example, I set up differentiated math groups that are mapped to the online content and support the students on the subjects or the concepts they have most difficulty with.
We have just some short messages from a couple of students that wanted to share their experience at Accelerated Academy. And the first is a senior who's just about to graduate, Maritza Duenas.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Maritza Duenas, and I'm currently a student here at Accelerated. I'm here to share a bit of my experience in late August of last year when I was due to start my senior year at McClatchy. It appeared that the academic programs at McClatchy were not the best fit for my learning. Also, due to my own personal struggles, it led me to being behind by half a school year. This meant I needed to find a way to finish 18 courses in 1 year. After working with my counselor, we figured out that Sacramento Accelerated Academy could be just what I needed to get back on track and actually have a chance to graduate. I have worked very hard since I got to Sac Accelerated at the beginning of this year. I really appreciated the opportunity I was given to attend this school. I have even exceeded my own expectations and have completed 16 out of the 18 classes I needed to do this year to be on track for graduation. At Sac Accelerated, I was able to take advantage of the individual one-on-one support I got from my teacher and mentor, and I was able to have 24-hour access to my classes online. It fit really well with my learning style, and I have even completed my application for Sacramento City College while at Sac Accelerated. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Go Panthers. We also have Sophia Ruvalcaba, who has just a couple of things in her experience with a little bit more kind of unique for us.
Hi, my name is Sofia Ruvalcaba. I came to Accelerated from John F. Kennedy High School in October of 2018. To that point, I've always been a strong student with honors classes. My life significantly changed last year when I found out I had 3 kidney stones. I was then diagnosed with chronic kidney stones, was in pain often, and began to miss a lot of school. Every part of my life was impacted, including academically, with each day I missed, the stress of being able to maintain my academics was getting worse. I needed another option that would offer flexible and the academic courses I needed to stay on the college path. I didn't know what to expect when I entered the program at Accelerated Academy. It was better than I had imagined. I had amazing educators, 24-hour access to online courses, and a school staff by my side daily, rooting for me as if they'd known me since the day I was born. These people came to work daily smiling with caring hearts to ensure that each of us at Accelerated are getting exactly what we needed to succeed. They really pay attention to the details to each of the students' lives to help us feel more at home. I would specifically like to thank my teacher, Ms. Taylor, and my principal, Mr. Nybach. Ms. Taylor is an incredible teacher, and I appreciate how she always stays on top of my online work and encourages me every step of the way. She is always there to help. I also can't thank my principal, Mr. Nybach, enough. He supports and encourages us throughout the program. My health condition changed my time frame for graduation, and because of Accelerated Academy, I'm happy to say I'm going to graduate ahead of the plan and start at Sacramento State this fall.
Wonderful.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar. We're going to go very quickly because I know it's very, very late. You have the slides in front of you, so I just wanted to quickly highlight a few things. This is just a general breakdown of the subject areas that the students are completing. We have a rigor matrix. Counselors are able to use that and then identify the appropriate courses for the students based on their credit deficiency. So this is general breakdown. This is the ethnic breakdown of all of the students in 2018 thus far who have taken a course, at least one credit recovery course. As you can see, it's pretty reflective of the demographics in our system. This again is for 2018-19. Of those students who have completed at least one credit recovery course, this is the Asian ethnicity breakdown. So these are the grade level breakdown of students who completed at least one credit recovery course in the 2018 academic year as of the middle of April. So as you can see, there is a big focus on seniors, but also they're identifying students their junior year to try to get them caught up and enter the senior year more on track. General breakdown, students who completed at least one credit recovery course, breakdown by high school. Obviously, the comprehensives, they have a larger number of students, therefore there's greater participation. And for the 2018 so for current seniors who are currently taking a credit recovery course, this is their on-track status at the beginning of the year, which is at the green bar, and where they were as of April 23rd, 2019. So as you can see, at the beginning of the year, we had about 137 students who were on track for graduation. That has since grown to 332, and these are current seniors still enrolled. So these are seniors that were enrolled as of 9/7 and are still enrolled as of April 23rd, and their graduate status. And those who are close, the subject borderline students, those are students who are within 20 credits of graduation. So as you can see, if we see an increase in the on-track status, then we would naturally see a decrease in the number of students who are subject borderline. So these are students, the same slide, but in regards to A through G status. So at the beginning of the year, we had about 95 students, 12th grade students on track for A through G. That has grown to 112 as of right now. And also there's been some movement in the area of subject borderline students, so that number has slightly decreased. So this is a 2-year comparison. So last year, this is a breakdown of what our seniors look like at the beginning of the 2017-18 academic year. So if you can see, you'll notice that at the beginning of last year, we had about 470 seniors off track for graduation at the beginning of the year. By the end of the academic year, that number significantly changed, and then we ended up with 500 students who were on track for graduation as a result of taking a credit recovery course. Over the summer, as we mentioned earlier, there was a significant number of students completing a credit recovery course, 2,220. So fast forward to the beginning of this academic year, what you'll notice is that we had more students begin the year on track. So although we still see a positive increase by as of April 23rd of this year, you'll notice that our goal was to get kids back on track and begin the year on track, and that's exactly what this graph is demonstrating. So very positive impact. We're really happy with those results, but we also know that there are many students who are not currently enrolled in a course, so there's definitely room to grow there. So this is only of those who actually took a credit recovery course. This is not an exhaustive number as far as all seniors. And this is for A through G. You'll see a very similar trend for what the students look like at the beginning of the 17-18 academic year, where they ended at the end of the academic year. And again, you'll see a similar trend. We saw less growth in A through G. Obviously, that isn't a required, course pattern. So students have the option to recover courses for A through G, but many more seniors started the year on track and needed less credit recovery. So just very quickly, some of the challenges, obviously being innovative in engaging our kids and encouraging them to complete the course, right? Not all students are successful in credit recovery online, so we're constantly working with our teachers to ensure we're doing whatever we can to motivate the kids and accelerate their progress in the courses. The process right now is a manual process. So in order for us to register the kid or schedule the kids in Accelerate Education, ensure that we are aware and schedule the kids in Infinite Campus so we make these kids visible, and then ultimately ensure that the posting of grades is followed through with. It's a very labor-intensive process. So it requires, with the next challenge, is really that everybody involved and all stakeholders involved are following the protocols and implementing the business processes with fidelity to increase efficiencies. And then as far as content areas, we currently are limited in offering credit recovery in the area of science because of the standards and the need for, and the lab requirements with those. So we've worked with the academic office and they've done an amazing job. And now we've created a blended course where, at least for biology, we will be able to offer something moving forward for those students who need to recover that blending online curriculum and labs that they have created. So we're really excited about that, but that has been an ongoing challenge and will continue to be a challenge as we offer chemistry, physics, and other science courses that we may not be able to accommodate as of yet. Next steps. Right now, the pressure is on. We're following up with seniors who are close to completing a course. We're trying to remind them, encourage them to complete those courses as quickly as possible. Graduation is right around the corner. Again, just standardizing processes with all of the stakeholders, making them familiar of how important it is to post, on a regular basis so that we can see on a regular basis how students are progressing and who's earning credits. And again, just leveraging the current success that's taking place across different sites. As you can see, we're monitoring the completion rates among all sites, and some are more successful than others. So we want to make sure that we're connecting any new credit recovery online teachers with those that have been doing this for a while and share best practices. And with that, we'll take any questions or that you may have.
Do we have any public comments on this item, Mr. Barrios?
Yes, we do. We have a public comment from Naomi Roberts and Sally Manduhan.
Okay.
Good evening. I know it's a late hour for all of us here. My name is Naomi Roberts, and I am here as a proxy for students at New Tech, Sacramento New Technology, Ode Comp Ed Services. This is Sally Mandujan, our resource teacher at New Tech. Our only question is, if The monies designated to support special education services have already been spent. How does the offers for compensation carry an expiration date? In light of the district's current budget challenges, we need extra assurances to protect our children. We were sitting here thinking too, are our children in recovery mode?
So we were wondering, so the compensatory services offered were in the way of peer tutoring, but we don't know how that addresses the credit recovery, so the credits that were lost, so we thought we would save this comment for this portion of the meeting. I realize it's a big question, it's probably loaded and it's going to take some research, but we just wanted to bring it to the board as an equity question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other items? Board Member Pritchett, followed by Board Member Minnick.
Thank you, President Ryan, and thank you for the presentation. I don't know if you know, but credit recovery has been kind of my baby since I came onto the board. When my son, my oldest, was in high school, he had to do credit recovery his senior year. And he did 5 hours of summer school and graduated. 5 hours, and he did not get to walk with his class. 5 hours, it was not caught in the year for him to recover. When I became a school board member, it became my mission to find out why were these children slipping through the cracks, right? Why, like, if they were behind, they were left behind at that point, right? And this was in 2011. And I found out when I became a school board member that there was only a few licenses at each school site to be able to offer credit recovery to our students. So it was my mission to make sure that I worked closely with district staff to bring more licenses to all of our comprehensive high schools to get our kids back. And we started offering 0 period and 7th period. And I know that this is a different system, and I'm very pleased to see the results that are taking place. And I wish our kids weren't in recovery mode, but the reality is they are, right? I don't want to see them doing it during summer school. And I'm glad that I'm sure that the system that the superintendent created with UC Merced that's catching our students and showing that they're off track and being able to catch them early and getting them into these credit recovery courses, our graduation rates are going to soar, right? And it's really going to benefit our students. So I don't really have any questions. You said the word making them visible, and I wrote that down because you're right. I believe they weren't visible before. I believe my son slipped through the crack, right? And I was a go-getter parent, and he slipped through the crack. And it made me think, if this could happen to my child, how many other children is this happening to? So I just want to say that thank you for your work, and I know that there's always room for improvement, and I just appreciate your dedication to our students of catching them and getting them graduated. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. Board Member Minnick.
Thank you. So first, I just want to say thanks for this presentation, and I'm really impressed with how many students are being served this way. I think that in another pre-school board life, I did some work in Accelerated Academy with Miss Taylor. I was glad she got a shout out today. And one of the things that I learned, because I knew nothing about online credit recovery when I was going to support some of the students in her class, was that online credit recovery does not mean solitary. I imagined as a kid by themselves with a computer, kind of just fending for themselves. What you do by having a credentialed teacher who's a caring adult in this classroom with students who are doing online work, but have someone there to ask questions of, to get support from, to have ongoing meetings, to make sure they're on track. Like that's what makes it so special. We can, anybody can put a kid in front of a computer at home and hope that they do okay. But most young people are not going to be able to be successful without that caring adult. And so that's huge. And I think the other thing that I've really enjoyed seeing with a lot of those students is, they may leave their home school and make up these credits, in time to be able to graduate with their peers at their home school, and get kind of like brought back into the fold with their peers. And the only other thing I just wanted to mention, and that it was a little bit spoken by one of your students, is there's kind of this range of reasons why students come there. It's not just like kids who have bombed out of a bunch of classes and whatever, and some kids have been less focused than others, and then they need this to catch up, and that's fine. I worked with a kid there who was out of school for a year because he had cancer and was undergoing treatment, and he ended up a year behind. And then in one semester, he was able to catch up in that year by just being really diligent and focusing with the support of the staff. Sometimes I think this stuff is seen as kind of an afterthought, or it's not really talked about in the same way we talk about our traditional classrooms, but it serves this amazing purpose, and so many students are able to graduate on time because of it. So I really appreciate the work that's being done. Thanks for showing us all the success that you've had.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Board Member Morowski.
Thank you for the presentation. I just had a quick question to make sure I understand how it works at a normal comprehensive high school. So a student would be identified as falling behind or being able to benefit from credit recovery. Would that be like an automated process where they get identified, and then how does it work? Like who actually helps them at the school?
So the business process calls that, like, counselors query the students in the system. If you're within, first priority is graduation. So if you're within 1 to 10 credits deficient, you would query those kids, encourage them to enroll in a credit recovery course. At that point, when the student agrees to enroll, they would then go with the mentor teacher that we hire to support the students in either 0 or 7th period. They would then go into Accelerate Education, that platform, schedule the student, and then they would start attending courses in 0 to 7th period. Once the student completes the course, and for example, if they have another deficiency, the teacher would then post the grade in Infinite Campus, and then schedule the student for another course. Once that student is completely on track, counselors would then identify another student to take the seat. So it's just a cyclical process that is ongoing throughout the year. But as Mr. Nitblock mentioned earlier, we have 1,000 seats, and one of the reports that we have shows whether or not a student has made progress in a course. So if we have a student that isn't motivated, hasn't been touched a course in over 30 days after multiple, we've contacted parent, we've prompted the student, we've tried multiple different interventions, and the student just isn't interested in taking the course, then we do identify another one that is highly motivated and would like to, complete the course. So they leverage the tools to identify the students, and then the counselors identify and work with the teachers to register them, and then post the grades. And then again, it's a cyclical process.
So do we have a limited number of slots?
1,000.
Are they, and they're always in use?
At one time, yeah.
Yeah, in other words, is there a kind of a waiting list, or?
I haven't encountered that. Yeah.
Like, so any student who wanted to and was kind of eligible,
Yeah,
would identify?
we haven't run into a situation where we can't serve a student. we can usually find a way to make it work. We can move seats from one school to another. Like with 1,000, we just keep it
Oh,
so.
okay.
So there hasn't been a limitation in regards to the number of seats that are available. There is sometimes a limitation in the number of mentor teachers that
Yeah.
are available to teach and agree to teach in the after-school space or before school. So
Right,
in
so
that
that
regard,
matchup.
so we currently have, I think, at some of the comprehensives, a maximum of 2 teachers working. But usually if there is a need, they communicate to me, and then we make arrangements with Mr. Niblock to make sure that they have whatever it is that they need to offer the courses to the students.
And if there's a mentor teacher, do they work one-on-one with the student, or is it
So
as many students as needed?
So
Or
it's whoever is in that class at on that particular day. So the schedules vary. So based on the teacher availability. So some teachers are, they're at the schools on Tuesdays and Thursdays for 2 hours, or one teacher or they're there Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for 1 hour. So it all depends. But that teacher, similar to Mr. Niblock's teacher, they're there to make any type of schedule change or provide individual support during any given day. And the students are changing on a regular basis as well.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the team for all of their hard work. And I just want to share that we've had some really difficult conversations tonight and over the past few weeks about the budget cuts and the budget challenges that we have before us. I'm deeply saddened to look at the gains we saw under ELSP credit recovery and the knowledge that 2,200 students will not have access to it this summer, particularly given how critical it was in ensuring they were on track to graduate. I'm hopeful that we can continue to seek grant funding. And also, we just had, and Member Pritchett stepped out, a commitment from the City of Rancho Cordova to work on providing some ELSP summer programming for us within their district. I'm hoping that maybe Sacramento City will consider doing something similar so that we can keep a semblance of this very important program going. And finally, I just want to say, once again, with so much of the focus being on budget, you touched upon 3 critical things tonight that we cannot lose sight of, which is despite the budget challenges we've had this year with our new superintendent's leadership, we have seen a gain for the first time in many years in high school graduation rates, a significant gain in the number of students who went from off track to on track in the hundreds, in fact, and an increase in 4-year college readiness, particular for our Latinx students, by 7%. These are pretty remarkable things, and the student achievement areas that we would want to focus on in a school district that serves a high poverty student population and helps them reach their potential. So I hope we will continue to find ways to do that, even though we are in a grave fiscal circumstance. And thank you so much to all of you for the work that you've put into this.
Thank you.
We need to have a motion to extend by another half hour. Second? No, do you see all the items we have left on organizational reports? By another half hour. Second? All those in favor? Aye. I know many would like to be opposed, but we're going to keep it going for another 30 minutes. Okay. Moving on to item 10.0, the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda? All those in favor? Aye. Moving on to item 11.1, organizational reports. First organizational report, SCTA. Do we still have any representatives here from SCTA? No. Next item, SEIU organizational report. None tonight. TCS. None tonight. Teamsters. UPE. Item 11.2, District Parent Advisory Committee. Community Advisory Committee. District English Learner Advisory Committee. Local Control Accountability Plan Parent Advisory Committee. Okay. Item 11.3, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you, President Ryan and board members and everyone who's still here. I know it's late, it's past 11, but I did want to recognize all of the stakeholders, excellent employees that were recognized earlier this evening through resolutions, including all of our mental health providers who joined us earlier, as well as some of our teachers who we honored, and our nurses, and our principals who were recognized by CDE yesterday as Principal Day. And on that, I do want to just mention that I did have the opportunity to review on our social media. We did post some pictures of our principals, given that this is the first year that they are recognized, and it was very heartwarming to see the flood of online comments from students and past students who recognized their principals, all expressing their appreciation to them for their work on behalf of our students and families. So I want to say thank you to all of our principals. Yesterday, I was very honored to be in space with 3 of our principals as part of this inaugural kickoff college signing day ceremonies. Probably not the most appropriate term, in that I was very inspired at each of those events. I saw several of our board members. Member Vang was at Luther Burbank, Member Garcia and Member Minnick were at Hiram Johnson, and I know others may have been at others. But I was very inspired at each of the events. Rosemont, for example, students who were attending a community college were recognized. Students who were enlisting in the military were also recognized. We even had students that were recognized who were entering an apprenticeship program or just entering the workforce. Before we recognize those students who more traditionally have signed letters of intent because they're attending a 4-year college or university, but obviously very inspired to be in space with students that are attending some very selective colleges and universities, others who are who selected Sac State, and there were 20, 25 students. Hopefully they'll all recognize each other and see each other on the Sac State campus. Students who've received full ride scholarships to some colleges and universities as well. And each of them had their local flavor, which I thought was very impressive. At Hiram Johnson, there was a countdown in which all of the students signed at the same time. And I was able to meet and thank Mrs. Brown, who organized the event, making sure that every student had a banner with his or her name to the college that they were signing, and submitting a letter of intent with balloons that matched the colors of each of those respective colleges and universities. At Luther Burbank, students were called on depending on which college or university, UC, CSU, community college, with representatives from each of those institutions. Anyway, I mean, they were just a great demonstration of how we will continue to respect at the local context what schools think will work best for their students, as opposed to saying everybody has to do the same thing in the same manner. So it was just a wonderful day, one of those days that I hope I will continue to do on a regular basis, as opposed to not being able to spend as much time as at our school sites as I would like. So I think I speak for each of our board members who were able to experience that. Obviously very proud that we're now doing that. Probably should have been doing that for many years past. But just also a reminder of how we need to continue to remain very student-centered and focused on the needs of our students, and just recognizing that in a few weeks they are going to be starting a new journey in their lives, I think is important. And I just want to thank the staff who were there as well. At Rosemont, every student, teachers read a very short bio for each of the students, and for every bio, a teacher was quoted saying something on behalf of that student. So it felt like you got to know each of the students individually. I also do want to, just in the remaining 10 seconds that I have, speak to the strike of May 22nd that we heard about by many public commenters. On that topic, we intend to keep our schools open. We did release information about attendance, and across the district, students, about half of our students attended schools, which I think really demonstrates the important part of that schools play in the lives of our students for being a safe learning environment, for providing nutritious meals. So we intend to keep our schools open on the 22nd. In fact, I did get to have a conversation with a Luther Burbank student who reminded me that on May 22nd, they're scheduled to take their IB tests. And so that's something that's very important for us to take into consideration. I've also been briefed by our staff that some of our school sites have planned field trips on that day as well. So we will continue to look at ways in which we will provide that safe learning environment to our students, and certainly work with all of our partners to see if that could be a regular school day for both students and our staff. So with that, I'll yield back to you, President Ryan. Thank you again.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Item 11.4, the President's Report. Continuing on the theme of this week's announced strike. Earlier this week, I was deeply saddened by the SCTA's announcement of a second one-day strike. While I support the teachers' right to strike, I believe that this disagreement absolutely can be overcome, and that with a genuine desire to resolve our differences, we can work to avoid this traumatic experience for our children and families. Many who must attend school because they depend on our schools for a safe space, for healthy meals, and for caring adult support. The superintendent spoke to the 50% of student attending schools on the day of the strike across the district. In my high poverty area, it was much higher than that. We saw some of our schools with close to 76% attendance because our children and families simply did not have another option. I have called for unity. There is a strike date set on May 22nd, and that strike date coincides with the California Teachers Association's Red for Ed Action Day. I think you've heard me say, with California ranking an abysmal 41st of 50 states in per pupil spending, and this was a point that was brought up by many parents tonight, I would suggest that instead of striking, we join forces to demand more funding from our state policymakers for public education. We have the opportunity to send a powerful message to lawmakers at the rally that will occur at the Capitol that evening, that they must recommit to full and fair funding for public education. Furthermore, we heard tonight that we are inching towards another year of solvency. However, I would not want us to become complacent. This is a stay of execution, not being given a gift of being removed from death row, given the fiscal circumstances we're in. As fiscal advisors have warned for decades, we cannot afford to sustain the health benefits we have today. It is irresponsible to be paying a monopoly healthcare provider $35,000 premiums. And all of our labor partners should have the same level of benefits. Sustainable benefits and equity is the only path forward. Over the past few months and weeks, I have spoken with hundreds of families and teachers. And what I know, and this is something that to me is heart-wrenching, is that there is growing distress over the finger-pointing and stalemate, given the high stakes of the reality that we are so close to state takeover. I say enough is enough. I call for the parties to engage in round-the-clock bargaining before May 22nd to avoid a strike, and to help focus on the hard work of state takeover. Our families deserve nothing less. We have to remember that we will fail or succeed together, and the ramifications of our decisions will impact our children, our families, and our communities for decades to come. I also want to say we have about 45 minutes left to contribute to the big day of giving on a much brighter note. So if you have a chance to get your donations in just before the wire, at a time when we're being faced with critical cuts to student programs, we should be investing in the youth programming, the arts education, and the additional supports that our nonprofit service providers provide our students, such as our wonderful reading partners, so that we can ensure that their work continues. And with that, I will move on to item 11.5. Actually, we don't have our student board member say.
Actually, Member Hubble is 3 steps ahead. She gave me a statement to read.
Okay,
So,
there you go.
So Student Board Member Hubble is recovering. She wrote this in. Okay. It's pretty funny. Student Board Member Halbo is recovering from an 11-day sinus infection, head and cold, and needed to go home and get her 7 hours of sleep before school tomorrow. So she wants to apologize. She did want me to share that applications for both Student Advisory Council, SAC, and the Student Board Member position are now open. If you're interested, please email Rachel at rachel-c-halbo@scusd.edu if you're interested and want applications, or if you just have questions. It is SAC's goals this year to have a truly representative SAC with one student from each high school in our district. That means that each school will be limited to only one student representative. So she's encouraging all students to reach out to her. And if you have any questions, please reach out to her. And then she said thanks, and she put a big smiley face.
Thank you, Board Member Vang. Our next item is board member sharing, information sharing. Do we have any information sharing under 11.6 by other board members? None at this time. 12.0, business and financial information reports. We're going to receive committee reports. 12.1, 12.2, business and financial information, 12.3, monthly suspension reports. And I believe we have public comments on a few of these items.
Yes, we have public comments on 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, and 12.5 from Cecile Nunley.
Okay, and so since these are all a receipt of information, I will go ahead and let you combine your time to provide those comments.
Okay, good evening again. The one that I wanted to start with, I guess I will start with, I believe it's 12.2, and that is the attendance report. On the attendance report, now, as I said, I was really glad to see on the budget update that there was a slide talking about the enrollment and the attendance, and there were board members that actually pointed out, okay, there's this huge gap between enrollment and that attendance. And our attendance is running at about 94.6. However, when you look and do the deep dive into the actual school sites, for the elementaries, typically elementaries K through 6, they have a little better attendance. Then you start drifting down as you get to the middle schools and the high schools. When you look at our elementaries, we have 11 elementary sites that are below 94%, which is below the district average. And they are Bret Hart, Ethel Baker, Ethel Phillips, Father B. Kinney, John D. Sloat, John Steele, Leotata Floyd, Oak Ridge, Parkway, and Woodbine Elementary. And 3 of those for the month of March. This is ending March 22nd, excuse me, you had 3 of those, they were at 90 or 91%. If chronic absenteeism is at 10%, this is pretty serious, especially for an elementary. This is unusual, and it needs to be addressed and really taken a look at. When it comes to the middle schools, you are talking about Kit Carson, 7 through 12, Rosa Parks, K through 8. Again, they're below 94%, and Kit Carson is below even 93%, so it's at 92. Of course, when you get to the high schools, the 2 high schools, Hiram Johnson and Luther Burbank, they're both below 93%. Again, 10%, at 92, you're barely above chronic absenteeism for the entire school site. And for last month, two of those two schools were in the 91 percentile. So they're literally at 9% absentee rate. And that, I believe, one of the things that has been talked about, and I believe when Jackie Cantfield was up here, she said you could do a whole presentation when you talk about the attendance and what are appropriate remedies and strategies to address that. I really do urge the board that perhaps you need to look at that and really do have a presentation on that because it's so significant.
Yes.
It's affecting your budget. It's affecting your academic outcomes. You can see it here. Okay.
Very fair.
All right. I'll finish that one. On to the next one, suspension reports. Of course, when it comes to the suspension reports, I've been taking a look at those and really saying, and I don't know if the item comes up or not. Oh. And you can see that the African-American students, they're at 19.4%. I went back and I looked at the capital of suspensions report. And when I looked at that one, it was 2016-17 data. And for Sacramento City, the numbers were 20.7. Remember, you've been growing at almost 2% every single month. So if you're at 19.4 now, you will exceed the report on capital suspensions.
I do have a question on this item because the report on capital suspensions that Dr. Luke Wood did included our charter, our public charters throughout the district. And when we actually got a breakdown, we saw that there were a few that had disproportionately higher suspension rates than anything we saw in our traditional public schools. Now, there were also a couple of the public charters that were far below anything else, but it would be nice to see if this is inclusive of that data as well, so that we have an accurate picture.
Yeah, the other thing about this as well, that is total African Americans. In the report, it was only African American males. So this is showing a little bit worse of a situation.
Yeah, because we're
So
including our female students
we're
as well.
including our
Yeah.
female students.
Very
So this
fair
is
point.
something that really needs to be addressed. And of course, also taking a look at our foster youth and the special ed students. They also, and I like Board Member Wu's suggestion, and I really hope that it does get implemented at some point, that we start seeing this breakdown by school and some of the other matrix. It would be pretty intensive, and I understand that, but I think that it's so necessary because once you start drilling down, you start seeing where those problem areas are, and you can start focusing your resources on those that are needed.
Thank you, Cecile. And I know you'll be presenting at the next board meeting on the African American Achievement Task Force, so we're really excited about that work continuing to move.
So that was my two, and then the other two were on the, no. The other two were on the sunshining of the agreements for the two other bargaining groups. And when I looked at those sunshining agreements, they were in the packet. It was on wages, benefits, and then it just said other items, which is fine. But basically, when they opened their agreements, they only opened about 2 or 3 things, which is similar to what the management group and SEIU, I believe, did. However, that is stark contrast to SCTA, which literally opened every single article, all 26 articles of the contract, which to me is just outrageous. Well, I shouldn't say just to me outrageous. It's outrageous, period.
So
and it's unnecessary.
What is your assessment of opening up the contract at that level?
When you're opening up, you're really trying to be as antagonistic almost as you possibly can in negotiations. You're trying to be aggressive and deliberately making it cumbersome for both sides.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, looks like we have no other public comments on this item. Item 13.0, future board meeting dates and locations. Our next board meeting will be held on May 16th, 4:30 p.m., closed session, 6 p.m., open session at CERNA. With that, I will entertain a motion for adjournment on 14.0. Oh, we have to re-adjourn back to closed session? Do we still have to re-adjourn?
I don't think we have any action items.
Okay, so we are, yeah. So we will be re-adjourning back to closed session at
Okay.
this time.